Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brewbuilt Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brewbuilt line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brewbuilt X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brewbuilt Conicals. You can trust Brewbuilt with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brewbuilt at morebeer.com.
Restore your vehicle's engine to run like new with Valvoline Restore and Protect, now available at Advance Auto Parts. It's the first motor oil ever to remove up to 100% of engine-killing deposits. That's right, 100%. Stop by your local Advance Auto Parts store today and get 5 quarts of Valvoline Restore and Protect Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil for only $33.99. Up to 100% piston deposit removal when used as directed for 4 or more consecutive oil changes at standard maintenance intervals, based on adapted sequence 3H testing.
Today's Sunday session is proudly brought to you by More Beer at www.morebeer.com.
I poured it in my mouth and it just wasn't going down.
My first beer was an IPA, the best IPA I've ever drank, mostly because I brewed it.
If you have a scale that is good for measuring cocaine, you're probably good for measuring hops on it.
You're scaring me.
I think the information is awesome and the audio sucks.
Make some sugary water, throw some yeast in there.
And you're going to drink good beer.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's fine.
God damn it, man. Oh, my God. Oh, uh-oh.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
It's another session, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for tuning in. Boy, do we have a show for you.
We do have a show.
There's nobody here, though.
No.
Well, we didn't say it was going to be a good show.
Yeah. No, it'll be a great show. Watch this. This is the best show we've ever done.
With nobody here.
Just a streamlined skeleton crew.
It's a 3-man show. It's almost like a...
Morning radio!
I was thinking lunch meet. Something it's me and you and some idiot guest that shows up. That's you, Moscow.
Oh, thank you. Well, hey, Virtual Tasty is here.
Oh, he is?
Even if the actual man isn't.
Perfect. That's all anybody...
I got that thing done pretty good, didn't I?
That's all anybody needs anyway.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well, Virtual Tasty.
Yeah.
You know what hit us was, I bet you that we could do almost the exact same show with Virtual Tasty.
Yeah.
And people, if I hadn't mentioned that he's not actually here...
No one would know.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, because he doesn't, until it gets to, like, I direct a specific brewing question to him anyway, not a peep, just an occasional...
Dennis Brown?
That's it. That's all you need to do. Well, actually, this is the most he's ever said on any one show. I think this is the most, without answering a straight brewing question. So, this is better.
At least in the first segment, that's true.
Yeah, or the second.
Yeah.
So, what happened to the show is the Lagunitas Beer Circus is what happened.
Well, McDowell's no longer a home brewer. He's a commercial brewer now. So you got to get all the free beer you can.
Well, but it's not just tasty. Actually, several things happened to the staff. Beaver is in North Carolina or something.
North Kakalak.
Her and Sam are... is that the street name for North Carolina?
I think so.
Or you just made that up?
I think it's North Kakalaka.
Is it?
I think.
That's what they say in the hip-hop songs?
in those songs that they rhyme together.
So Bevo's out and Susie's in, but I'm not sure about this, but if I know Susie, she was also at the Lagunitas Beer Circus. I've never been to that, by the way, because I'm an idiot, and every year I book a Sunday show With the it's not just that I'm an idiot. That's part of it. It's also that Lagunitas is kind of like us, and that is that they book everything last minute, I think. And so when I do the schedule at the beginning of the year and I look at what events are coming up, I learned that about a year ago to go ahead and look at the events and plan our Monday shows around that too. And anyway, I always miss the beer circus, and
I've never been either.
It looks like a lot of fun. It looks like my kind of event.
I didn't even know it was going to be around until yesterday. As a matter of fact, I overheard two people talking about it. I was like, that would be cool to go to, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, Tasty always goes, and I'm pretty sure that's where Susie went too. Because now Susie says she's coming in, but she's late, and I haven't heard from Tasty. He told me last week he's going, but that he'll be here to report on the which pretty much just sounds like
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Oh, the girls, and I got a lot of hugs,
and I have to go. Yeah.
I got a lot of beer, and I gave out cookies. That's my story about Beer Circus.
And I have to go. So, did you have a good time, Tasty?
Yeah.
And I mean, there had to be some good beer, right?
Yeah.
Great. Is there anything else you could tell us about your experience there?
You're going to Jazz Brown, right?
And that's it. And that's how it goes with our Lagunitas Circus report every year.
Right. Yeah. But that's his chance to be an on-site reporter.
Right.
To give us the word on the street.
I just like how he tells me, I'm going to the circus, but it's so that I can report on on the show.
And it's like,
you get to meet me.
Right. So I'm hoping he shows up because I still want his annual report.
Right.
Even though we just did the same content, I still want it. There's something about it. It's endearing to me when Tasty attempts to be an on-the-street reporter.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So we'll see what happens. If nothing else, Susie at least did contact me and say that she'll be here. Doc is sick, throwing up all day.
Oh, man.
He blamed bad Mexican food.
He would.
And there you have it. Nathan is in Hawaii.
Which isn't really all that metal, if you think about it. Hawaii is not a metal place to be.
Yeah, Doc Martens and sand don't mix.
Right.
Neither do pale skin and sand.
Exactly. I think it was one of the either the Maui Beer Fest or the Kona Beer Fest. I forget which one. I think the Maui. And I think Nicole was going to it, and so Nathan tagged along.
I would too.
Yeah. He's probably golfing, surfing. You see Nate surfing in his Doc Martens and board shorts?
Yes, I can. As a matter of fact,
a long sleeve Bad Religion shirt.
Yeah.
If he falls, he sinks.
He's drowning. He's going right to the bottom.
Oh, he's probably real red right now. Been there for a couple days.
He's probably really red.
So, despite all that, it's no big deal. We got a fantastic show planned for you. Weasel Boy Brewing Company from Zanesville, Ohio is coming in the studio. We're going to talk to owner couple, Jay and Lori Wintz. And Weasel Boy's been around for a little while. They were the first brewery since Prohibition in Zanesville, Ohio. And they've got a really interesting story. I'm going to talk to them. Apparently, now he's got a great homebrew background. And in particular, he's damn good at building recipes. We're going to learn about a beer that it was his first recipe, I think, that he made. And it turns out it's won several medals, and it's won medals at GABF, and it's still one of his most award-winning beers. And it's his first recipe that he made as a home brewer. So we're going to talk to him about recipe building, which I have to say I'm interested in again.
Really? Home brewing?
The recipe building part of it. And I'll tell you what, I got interested in it. I was interested in it like every other new home brewer when I started brewing, because you see all these ingredients and you go, I want to put that in. And you put 100 things into a pale ale.
Yeah.
And I did that. And when I made several shitty beers that way, I got real hooked on recipes. And I'm still a big fan of recipes because I'm of the Jamil school of thought, which is that your process, and particularly your fermentation, is the real part of ending up with good beer.
Right.
And that any monkey can make good recipes. That being said, I must be less than a monkey, because I don't feel like I can make a good recipe. I don't feel like I can sit down right now, and I know a bit about ingredients. I know about the ones I like in beers. I know about different hops. I do talk about the ingredients in beers quite a bit when I'm sitting down and tasting beers with guys like Tasty and Jamil and things like that. but I still don't think I know the fundamentals of building a good recipe. So I'll go to Brewing Classic Styles every time.
Well, first, I think the term "good" is very, very subjective. What's good to you is what is maybe not be not.
No, that's not true. What's good to me is good.
Maybe not be good to me.
That's not true.
Right? No.
If that's true, then you don't know what good is.
Either you do or you don't.
Yeah. No, I see, and you're right.
But I think any monkey can make a recipe.
Yeah.
But not a good recipe. It is hard to make a good recipe. You say Jamil's name. He worked really hard and brewed every week,
right,
to make good recipes.
Yeah.
So it is. So give yourself a little more credit than that to want to dive into that and try again, because it takes time, man.
But like everything else, I just want the shortcut, and so I'm hoping that
just brew Evil Twin clones all the time. It's fine,
right?
You'll be good.
Well, and that's what
It'll
I mean.
Teach you a lot.
For example, I'm going to be brewing again here pretty soon because I'm really enjoying it, and I got the equipment all set up, and I'm kind of ready to go. But I will go right back to Brewing Classic Styles or another friend that I trust recipe, and just brew that, because I'm not ready to do any recipe building.
What about when you cook? Do you improvise when you cook, or you follow recipes?
No, I follow recipes for that too. I'm that kind of. I'm very good at following directions.
I would tell you to, next time you brew, you've done enough friend recipes.
Yeah,
try one on your own. Just do it. Just a pale ale.
Not next time.
I would.
And the only reason I'll tell you why not next time, I still haven't figured out the stupid efficiency problems I'm having with my thing.
Let's brew together next time, or at least tell me when you're going to start sparging.
Right.
And then I want to see your process, because I can solve it for you. I know I can. It's very, very simple.
But I really like my brew days right now.
Oh. But maybe not for the whole one. I'll leave. Once you start adding hops, like, I got a thing, and then you'll be like, yeah, you got a thing, and we'll part ways. Well,
I would like that, but I'm not sure I'm going to take on your challenge to do my own recipe just yet. I might get another few batches under my belt here, and then... But
you're afraid.
But this show is a good preface for that, because we're going to talk about recipe building with Jay. I think he's a good guy for me to get some information from. And you too, 888-401-BEER if you want to phone in later when he comes in, and or when he's on the phone, of course. And we'll talk recipe building with him, and some of their award-winning beers too. And I'm telling you, the guy's got an interesting story. The other thing we got going on for you tonight is we're going to be giving away Firestone Walker Invitational Beer Fest tickets.
We're inviting you to an invitational.
I got a pair of tickets to give away, just like last year. The Brewing Network will be there. We're going to be doing our thing, interviewing. This festival is just something else. And last year was its first festival, which makes this one, I don't know if you knew this, its second annual. That's how that works.
You think so?
Yeah. So it's the second annual Firestone Walker Invitational Brewfest. And it's called that because Matt Brynelson, the brewmaster, specifically invites the brewers he wants to be there. Now, you might say, well, every festival has that. But Matt has rules.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the rules are, for one, Matt's such a friendly guy and such a knowledgeable guy and such an award-winning guy in the industry that he's friends with just tons of brewers. And so they all want to be at his festival. But they're all not allowed at his festival. And he picks out the best ones for the year, and he invites them. But you have to show up as a brewer if you want to pour your beer. So last year, we had McKellar from...
McKellar.
Some other stupid country. I don't know.
Oh, Denmark or Norway or Sweden or something like that?
Denmark.
He's Denmark?
Mikkel is his name, yep.
And
Ted McKell.
In order for him to pour at the fest, he had to come out here and attend the fest, and he did, and we got to interview him. Yeah. And so that's kind of Matt's deal. If you're invited and you can't make it, well, you're off the list, buddy. And he moves on to the next person on the list. So you get to meet all these wonderful brewers. The other rule is you got to bring something rare.
You got to bring the goods.
I mean, Dark Lord was poured last year.
Yeah.
Now, that's something that is pretty rare and people stand in line for. You're not going to see that at a beer festival. You see it at the Firestone Fest.
And you can stand in line for it if you want.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised to find out Pliny, what's it called? Pliny the Midget or something? What's the one that's real rare?
It's Pliny the Dying is what it is, I think.
From Russian River, that one that everyone wants?
Yeah.
He should have one called Pliny the Midget, I think.
Pliny the Baby.
Pliny the Baby. That's the next in the right. Yeah. And then finally he can finish the series, like you said, with Pliny the Dead.
Pliny the Infirmed.
Yeah.
Pliny the Ghost. Anyhow, you're going to find a whole bunch of rare beers there, and it's been sold out for quite some time. We got 2 tickets for you. Here's the deal. Later on, we're going to have Matt Brynelson on the telephone. You're going to call in, 888-401-BEER. Not now. We'll tell you when. It's going to be right around the 7:30 slot.
Ooh.
And you're going to tell us, what can we do to you at the festival to earn the tickets?
No penetration, so don't get excited.
Yeah, we're not going to violate you sexually.
Right. Maybe mentally.
But you might, you're going to have to think of some ideas. You're going to have to go out on a limb here.
Yeah, you'll be shamed.
I mean, I don't know. Let JP sign your forehead.
Oh, yeah.
Shirtless paint a hop grenade on your chest.
Yeah.
You got to earn these 2 tickets. They're the hottest tickets in California right now.
They are.
And we want to hear how you're going to earn them.
Actually, come to think of it, that might work to your tremendous advantage. If you had no shirt and some, goldenpalace.com, like the boxers used to, just painted on your body, you'll get way more attention for whatever it is you do to yourself than you would with some stupid brewery t-shirt.
That's a good point. You're going to you're going to get tickets, and you might get more attention.
You know it.
If that's your thing.
But this is for my special brewery club that I'm part of, my local brewery, and it's $800 a month, and it allows me access to 4 pints of beer at their special tastings. So fuck you, Scott.
Are you talking about a t-shirt?
Yeah, it's my special t-shirt that no one else has unless you can spend money to wait in line for beers too, fuckers.
So, 2 tickets to win.
The phrase that pays!
All you got to do is tell us, what can we do to you to earn your 2 tickets to the Firestone Walker Beer Festival?
And hopefully, your respect.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's see. And you hoped we were going to be, hey, just be caller number 7 and give us the phrase that pays, and you get 2 tickets to the Firestone Walker Beer Fest. No, you got to let us humiliate you in some way.
Caller 95,000. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. That's the deal. Pay attention. If you don't want to listen to us between now and then, I don't care. That's fine by me. Sign up for Twitter. You're going to get a notice when we're taking phone calls, and we got Matt B on.
Yeah, follow us at Brewing Network. Also, you have to be able to go to the fest. It's June 1st in Paso Robles,
California.
Yes, please.
Good call.
So don't be, some douche from Vermont and then try to sell the tickets online because you're not going to make it. Like, you have to. Well, you have to be able to go.
Yeah, part of our planning, us making you do douchebaggery, I think, has eliminated some of this possibility. I'm not mailing you these tickets. Okay,
right.
You're going to show up, let us do the humiliating thing to you before you enter the gates, and then you get your tickets. So there's no need to participate in this game if you're going to take the 2 and scalp them, because you're not going to have any tickets.
Or if you think you might be able to go, because if you can't go, and then the 2 days before the event,
2 of our listeners out of an entry, insider,
right? What?
So you got to be able to go. And you got to tell us what we can do to you.
Yes, please.
That's coming up right around 7:30 tonight. A couple other announcements. More Beer has its own contest going on. You can enter to win the short course, the Siebel Advanced Intense Homebrewing course over at the Siebel Institute of Technology. It's taught by guys like Ray Daniels and Chris White and Chris Graham. It's a whole stellar lineup of people giving you the intense advanced homebrewing course. I have a feeling they could even teach me how to brew a pretty damn good beer. It's a great course. It's been going on for years, and you get a chance to win tickets. Just go over to morebeer.com right now. They're our show sponsor for this session and every session, and enter a product review. You can go to any product, preferably one that you've purchased and could actually speak knowledgeably about, and post a review, and then you're entered for a chance to win tickets to the Siebel homebrew class.
Yeah, don't mess around too much with reviews. Be honest, and it's got to be a product you've used, right? Because it makes a huge impact. If a product has bad reviews, people are so much less likely to buy it. It's this new front that no one saw coming, but now if you see the bad Yelp review, it's like 80-90% it can cut into your business. It's insane.
Yeah, I read reviews before I buy anything now.
Everyone does.
Same with the restaurants and everything. And people will say, well, those Yelp reviews, they don't count. People are just dicks, and they don't know what they're talking about. And you're right to some degree. But once you know how to read the reviews, once you know how to just take an average, you know which ones are just like, oh, I didn't get my water glass filled after 3 minutes. You just weed that stuff out. You can tell the good reviews. So I think you're right, Moscow. Go give a real review because people pay attention to this stuff.
Yeah, big time. And it really affects the bottom line of the people putting out those products and services. And if you write a bogus review and, you're cutting into their business for no reason.
For no reason at all. Plus, they're trying to give you tickets to the Seabowl.
Also, don't blow smoke either, Don't write a great review on something you haven't used either. Just use it, write a review.
Yeah.
That would be real Chinese of you.
I don't understand that.
I don't understand it either, but some old guy said instead of Jewy, and I think it's funny. Because it makes no sense to me.
He just said it to you?
Yeah, well, I overheard a conversation about someone being cheap equated to being Chinese, and I think it's such a non sequitur. I mean, you could be saying, why are you being so Norse, dude?
Right.
Or why are you being so Uzbekistani? It makes no sense to me at all, so I like it now.
Okay.
Maybe it's real racist and I shouldn't. I'll just say Greek, and then I can say, well, I am one, so it's fine.
And then you're allowed to say anything once you say that.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of tickets, BNA 8 tickets are still available. It's our 8th anniversary party. We're doing it out in Philadelphia. You can go to the Brewing Network, Philly.eventbrite.com right now and get your tickets. They're only $45, and you're going to get a little food out of that. They're doing hors d'oeuvres. You're going to get beer from 30 different breweries in the Philadelphia and beyond area.
And you get to meet me.
Tasty will be there. We're also going to do live music from the Trophy Fire. The BN Band is going to play. Yeah.
Getting the band back together, bro!
Yeah, JP's real happy about that.
I am excited about it.
That's one person in the band that's happy.
That was a couple.
About the reunion. Get your tickets now. Come hang out with us. It's Wednesday, June 26th. It kicks off the National Homebrewers Conference. You don't have to attend the Homebrewers Conference. If you're a listener in the Philly area and you just want to come party with us, come do it. Shuttles will go to and from the conference hotel all night. Everything's taken care of. It's probably going to be the most easygoing, and you'll feel the most taken care of any anniversary party we've ever done.
Yeah.
And it's at a great venue, which is called World Cafe Live. And it's basically a music venue with a mezzanine and a couple bars, and there's going to be a VIP dinner going on, all sorts of good stuff. Go over to
rad beer.
The Brewing Network, Philly.eventbrite.com.
Yeah.
Little scheduling update. Next week, we're doing our first ever, as if it wasn't complicated enough, next week, we're doing our first ever Tuesday show.
Yeah!
They're going to be real happy about
People
that.
are going to be stoked. The good news is there's now a show schedule on the homepage. It's at the bottom left. You go check it out, and it's listed there as a Tuesday show. And here's why. It was a difference between no show and a Tuesday show. It's Memorial Day weekend, everybody. You gotta go take the weekend off. You got to go do something. You got to go have fun with your friends and your family and barbecue something. Hell, get drunk. I don't know. But that's what we're going to do also. And it was kind of something where we looked at it and said, well, we don't want to not do a show. So what are y'all doing Tuesday? I don't know. Fuck it. Let's do a show. So we're doing a show it's Tuesday. What is that, the 28th now or something?
Who even knows? I don't even think that's a real day.
Let me look at it here. Make sure I know. Yeah, it's the 28th now. So it's a Tuesday session. We're going to get mixed. People are going to be like, oh, that's perfect. I have Wednesday off. Good for you, 2 people. And then everyone else, Tuesday, first Monday, and now Thursday. Oh, God.
Well, next thing you know, it'll go all the way back around and we'll get back to Sunday eventually.
That's true, yeah, eventually.
Susie.
Susie made it in?
With, what are those drink? The Bobo drink or whatever?
It's hot as balls outside. I need some balls in my mouth.
Wow. What does that have to do with the drink? The drink has...
The drinks have some balls in it.
Oh.
What the hell are those things called?
Tapioca balls? Or boba?
Oh, boba. Thank you very much.
I don't even know.
Boba.
Is it an Asian thing?
Yeah, it's super Asian, and tapioca's disgusting.
It's super Asian, just like Susie.
Right.
All right, what else
Super
do we got?
Asian.
Hop grenade warheads. Those are our double-walled, vacuum-insulated something or other, stainless steel hop grenade growlers. They're available in the BN store. I heard that a brewery somewhere tweeted that BN people can go get their warheads filled at their brewery.
Oh, really? That's great.
Yeah. Do you want to know the name?
Sure.
I forget.
Is there like laws about that? Are you not allowed?
There is, but maybe they have an approved label to stick on the vessel, because it's state by state. But
yeah, so these guys are in Vermont. Grateful Hands Brewing.
And they said you can fill our warhead.
Yep, for 20% off.
Wow, look at that.
It's pretty crazy.
So a couple fills, and you've already paid off the Warhead.
Couple two tree.
You can't afford not to get one.
Yeah, they're awesome. They're really badass.
How can you afford not to get one?
All right, shop on Amazon. It helps us out. Just click the Amazon link right on our homepage, then do all your shopping as normal. iPhone and Android apps. You want to listen on the go? Just search BN Mobile in your favorite app store. Watch all this live on justin.tv/Brewing Network. Subscribe and join the BN Army, and it enters you for a chance to win $100. It's a gift certificate to our wonderful sponsor, More Beer. And we draw a name each month. The more you donate, the more chances you have to win. And it's a lot of money we give out. That's $1,200 a year that we give out in product. Yeah. So sign up and become a recurring donor. You know, the other thing you get out of that is you get first access to all of our ticket sales and new items. That email goes out always a few days before the public email. So a good way to stay informed. All right. Find out all this and more over on Twitter and Facebook. Yeah.
Facebook. Yeah.
So tired of Facebook. By the way, when did Facebook become the place to communicate with the dead? Have you noticed this? It's now the.
Oh, yeah.
It's God. Facebook is God because here's what you do. This is how it goes. Dad, you died a year ago today, and I just want to say I've missed you every day. And I've thought about you every day, and I just wanted you to know that not a day has passed since you died a year ago
on that
I haven't thought about you. And that's it. And that's the end of the post. But it's in the first person, and it's on Facebook.
And it gets like 49 likes.
And I didn't know that this Zucker douche actually had the ability to communicate with the dead, but apparently it's written into the code.
You didn't know that?
Everybody's doing it, and it's the new way to speak with dead people. It's the sixth sense.
It's what people used to do is they would get some roses or flowers, and they would go to the gravestone.
Sure, you talk to the body.
It's the lazy man's way out.
Or the thing of ashes.
Right.
Or to your religion. I mean, if you feel like there's a spirit that can be heard... is Facebook the channel to get there? It's driving me insane, and I feel bad for the people at the same time because I understand that they just need an outlet. They're trying to vent an emotion, but it boggles my mind that speaking in the first person to the dead person on Facebook is the way to do it. I can't.
I think what you need to do is you need to separate out. If you're dead, then your page gets moved. And then that's where you communicate.
It's a dead book.
Yeah.
Why can't there be dead book?
I don't know.
I even understand leaving the dead people's page open so that you can go back and look at the photos and read the comments when they're like, but don't post on it to them.
No.
They're not. He's not reading the page from wherever he is.
Like, I can understand.
Hey, God, hang on a second. I got to check my Facebook page and see who wrote to me this week.
Before you send me, either down or continue on through these things.
Hey,
right?
Satan, when you're done analyzing me with that horn of yours, I got to go to my Facebook page and see if anybody misses me.
Maybe that's your the version of hell now. It's like there's a level of hell where you can't get a good internet connection, and it just you see the top thing Facebook come on. You're like, and the pictures never load. And, and then you have to reboot for eternity.
It used to be that you could haunt your family in their home, and now you can only watch over them on Facebook.
Well, I think Facebook does that for you, and this lends credence to what you're saying. Is we all remember Bill Brand, the famous beer writer, the super nice guy. Every once in a while, I'll get a thing reminding me that I haven't interacted with William Brand, and I'm like, I know, and there's a reason.
Sure, but Facebook, I mean, the program doesn't know.
No, exactly.
But see, now that's the example that I understand. Like, leave the page up, and then those of us can go look at photos and read old. That's fine, but I don't know when it became the way to speak with the dead, and also. Aren't these private thoughts?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
There's no such thing as a private thought anymore.
But that doesn't have to be.
But that's not true. And it's not true. There are private thoughts, and And that's one of them. Or it's one to share with your family. Yeah. Or it's one that you do when you're alone, in you're kneeling down, or you're in front of I don't know what you people do, Susie. It's a Buddha or something. But you don't.
I think it's a large tapioca ball.
Is that what it is? Yeah. But I don't get it. And look, I know a lot of dead people. Sure, I've never once written to them on Facebook.
No, well, because
I don't think I have anyway. I could be wrong.
Maybe you make a comment when they first die or something like that. I mean, that I understand. Like when
I think I notify people.
Yeah, well, when Meister passed away, a few people left a note on his wall, like, "Hey, dude, we totally miss you." But that's more for the family,
right?
To know that he had a lot of friends and we're all thinking about him, right? But then don't keep writing on his wall because he's not there.
30 years ago today, Dad, you left our world, and I still have the same horse-drawn carriage that you left. I just wanted you to know
that now I'm thinking this thought, and it's processing on Face Thought.
Because you can hear me say it on Facebook, but you can't see me doing it. That's just the way the spirit world works now.
Right.
So I needed to tell you I still garden every day because of you, Dad.
Do you think there's any super stubborn ghosts like me? Like, I'm not doing the Facebook. I'm going to go haunt the house. I'm old school.
And when you do, every time they go on Facebook, you make the browser crash.
Yeah.
You want to talk to me? Talk to me.
I'm right
here.
Fuckers.
Yeah. I'll try Google Chrome then. It must not be working.
What is the statute of limitations for someone like Meister? I mean, is that page still up?
Wait a second.
Yes?
No, there's still a difference. There's between and forgive me if I'm getting my tenses wrong, but there's a difference between doing it in the first person and just making a comment. Now, I think it's fine to say, "I miss my dad today,"
right.
Or "I miss whatever." Well, then you're just making a comment. It's a status. It's what you're. You just can't say, "I miss you, Dad." And I think the statute of limitations is the moment they die. You don't do it on Facebook. I don't know. Do what you want. I'm not trying to insult anybody. I know that you're in an emotional moment. I guess it bothers me more when a lot of time has passed and then you're not speaking to me. It's not a status update because you're not speaking to me. You're addressing the dead person.
I think it's different if you're writing on that dead person's wall, like, "A year ago today you died and I miss you," so that way the community can read into it. It's different if you make it your own status update, and that's what bothers the hell out of me. Like, really, if the dead person's going to do something while they're dead, they're not going to check your status.
Right.
You're not that
my
important.
point. That's what I'm saying. It bothers me almost as much as the anniversary wishes. 7 years ago today,
I married my best friend.
Yeah, tell that person! Why don't you tell the person? You've never said it to that person the way you just said it to me. And I don't give a shit.
Yeah. Or start a blog.
Or
write them a letter. But don't do it when there's more important things to complain about on Facebook, like how long you sat in traffic.
Right.
Because everyone gives a shit about that, too. What I love, my friend's mom posts a lot of, like, the infographics, or maybe it's not an infographic, but it's like a picture of a rose all dewy, and it says, like, "This rose is for someone in heaven. Share if you want to give them one, too." And I'm going, first of all, that's impossible. You can't hand something to heaven. That is breaking so many astral planes, it's not even funny. You can't do it.
I love my sister. Share if you love your sister.
If you have a sibling you love, share this also.
Fuck you.
No, I don't want. And there's like 400,000 shares.
Can you imagine that there's people there that they go, "Well, shit, if I don't do this, I don't love my sister."
Yes, there are. It's this, and actually, I read an article about pages that do that, where people just set up random pages and they do it like a junk sign up list, where if you share a link on their page or you like their page, they have your information. Yeah. Then they turn around and flip that page to a company or a product, and
because they have a bunch of fans.
Yeah, and then they buy that page, and then your stuff is sold, and you don't even know it because you're liking Daphne's word of the day fucking image of two doves flying in the air about how you missed your brother, and because you're retarded basically, and you need someone else to tell you your emotions.
I'm actually a member of Daphne's word of the day.
She's cool. I checked her out.
Okay. Well, sorry to get off. I just this dead person thing. Did
that happen recently, or did?
I see it all the time, and it suddenly occurred to me that we don't pray anymore. We don't talk. We talk to the dead on Facebook. That's what it is.
You should also check on your friends. You should get new friends and family, because it seems like everybody around you is dying. I'm going to quit and go move far away from you.
It's true. There are. It's a lot of dead. Death is just part of life, JP.
Yeah, it's the end of It's the end part.
Yeah, it's where you go to Facebook.
Right.
Death is where you become part of the Facebook server. And that's how people can communicate.
We all get assimilated at the end.
We finally discovered the key to the afterlife. It's Zuckerberg.
Right. More like Zuckerberg.
All right. Send feedback over to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. I'm sure we'll get some this week.
You are so insensitive. My grandma died, and I talked to her, and it gives me solace.
Blobber's cat died, and he says we're being insensitive.
Well, tell Blobber to make a page for his cat.
I'm not being insensitive.
We'll
I'm being more sensitive than you because I'm telling you that the person you're speaking to is me, not the dead cat.
Yeah.
The cat, I'm the one who hears you.
You don't know that.
And I
you're
don't
not the
care.
Dead cat?
Susie has a real good point. How do you know you're not the dead cat?
You're right. Sometimes I think that this is all just a dream, and I'm actually a dead cat.
You might be.
All right. Send show ideas over to Scott@thebrewingnetwork.com. Do we have a Twitter game?
We do have a Twitter game.
Twitter game is brought to you tonight by Keystone Homebrew Supply. Go over to KeystoneHomebrew.com and check them out. You know, they're a great sponsor of ours, and they're the ones, aren't you going to go see them when we go to Philly?
Yeah, I think JP and I are going to go take some pictures and make nice with the staff and have some fun.
Yeah. There you go. Keystone, right there in Pennsylvania.
That'd be cool.
What a great
Harrisburg.
state. All right. Check them out. What's our Twitter game tonight?
Before the show, you and I were talking about the old Iron Sheik of WWF fame.
Oh, yeah.
Reading his tweets on Twitter, which is always a gas.
Does anybody else besides me remember the Iron Sheik's famous move? Anybody?
The Iron Sheik?
Yeah.
Like a Middle East S-H-E-I-K Sheik?
Oh, you don't know who the Iron Sheik is at all?
No.
So many young people.
If you have to ask twice, you don't know who it is.
So many young people. Susie, you don't know who the Iron Sheik is either?
I knew who he is. I can't remember the move.
Can I give it, or is it part of your game?
No, it's not part of my game.
It's the camel clutch. He used to get the opponent laying on his belly face down, and he would... Yes, as I described
Wasn't it like a crab?
He would mount him from behind and pull up his chin toward him. So my brother used to do it to me when I was about 7, and it wasn't fun. It was an effective move.
I'm sure you respect
the camel clutch.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, please.
Well, it got me thinking about WWF and how I was all into that because I was a boy with a wiener. So I want to know, what WWF wrestler would you have a beer with and why?
Oh.
Now, note, I'm not saying WWE or TNT or Raw.
So they have to be original.
They have to be a WWF.
Like the Ultimate Warrior?
Yeah, the Ultimate Warrior.
Or Superfly Snuka?
Jimmy the Superfly Snuka?
Yep.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. I went to...
Earthquake.
Did you ever go to a live one?
Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah.
So did I. What a douchebag. I looked...
Here for the camel clutch.
Yeah. You knew it was over.
Oh, it's like the Boston Crab thing, but he puts Scott's planning out. He puts their arms up on his knees, so your arms are like this.
Yeah,
and so it's even worse.
It's it's the original tap out. Is what all of these.
You can't tap out because your arms are with the fuck up here, dude.
You got to tap out with your wiener.
I'm tapping out.
I'm tapping, damn it!
Look at the pressure he puts on that. Beautiful back suplex right there by the Iron Sheik. Like I said, nobody does it any better than him. Turns McDonald over.
By the way, nobody else does it at all.
Right, because
it wasn't like a common move.
Often imitated, never duplicated. Oh, no, wait, no, never imitated.
Nobody does it better than the Iron Sheik. Well, that's kind of easy. All right, so what is it? Name your who you want to have a beer with most?
Yeah, what WWF wrestler would you like to have a beer with and why?
All right, and then the Brewcasters will give their favorite, which I guess is just me and you, JP, because we're the only ones old enough.
I can give mine right now if you want.
Yeah, who do you want?
Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Oh, he was a badass.
Yeah.
Can I go too?
Yeah.
I'd go with the Body.
The Body.
Jesse Ventura.
Oh, yeah.
He's my hero for the longest time, too, because he became like a politician.
He's
and
a
stuff.
was a governor.
He's fucking crazy now, by the way.
I know.
He's super conspiracy theorist.
I'm forgetting the name. Who is the guy with the parrot? That's the guy I want.
Oh, the Coco Beware dog.
Coco Beware! Yeah.
So, just for clarification...
We're giving it all away now.
Just for clarification, are we talking WWF up until like the 90s or like one of the old school casts, like when they changed their name?
As long as it's WWF.
Yes.
Okay, as long as it's WWF?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
All right.
Who is the Slim Jim's guy?
Ultimate Warrior.
Ultimate Warrior. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Randy Savage. Macho Man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I like him.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, brother.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Weasel Boy Brewing Company from Zanesville, Ohio joins the program. Hang in there. It's The Session. I wonder if Tasty's alive. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zanishev, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zanishev. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack cans.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeasts, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial. For nearly 15 years, homebrewers have been served by one place in Michigan where you can buy yourself a serial killer grain mill. Adventures in Homebrewing. Did you try all those great Michigan beers at the National Homebrewers Conference in San Diego or Seattle? Adventures in Homebrewing delivered. Did you see a great false bottom in your buddy's cooler or brew kettle? Adventures in Homebrewing delivered that. And did you see that great custom-built brew stand? Yep, Adventures in Homebrewing delivered. Since 1999, Adventures in Homebrewing in Taylor, Michigan, Ann Arbor, Michigan, and online at homebrewing.org has been serving homebrewers across the globe. Check out their innovative 2.5-gallon keg with metal handles, great homebrew kits, and the fully adjustable Serial Killer Grain Mill. Visit them in Philly for the 2013 National Homebrewers Conference. Not going to make it? Check out all the fun of Adventures in Homebrewing at homebrewing.org. For a limited time, coupon code BNetwork will slam 10% off your order. Bam! Adventures in Homebrewing. Join the adventure at the Great Lakes Home for Homebrewing Supplies. Online at homebrewing.org. And don't forget coupon code BNetwork for a limited time. Join the adventure today.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The session.
Brewing up our next batch of radio gold.
Right now.
Yeah. Welcome back to the program. Good show. Got planned for you today. Don't forget, we're giving away Firestone Walker Invitational Beer Fest tickets a little later in the program. But right now, we've got Weasel Boy Brewing on the line. We're talking to both Jay and Lori Wins from Weasel Boy. Hey, guys. Welcome to the program.
How's it going?
It's going great. Thanks for being with us.
Good to be here.
Zanesville, Ohio. I've never been there.
No?
I have.
How long have you been in Zanesville, Jay? You from there?
Yeah, I was born and raised here.
Okay. Beautiful. And is this information correct that you are the first brewery in Zanesville since Prohibition?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's great, man. But my guess is it made it a pain in the ass to open a brewery there.
Oh, no, it wasn't too bad, really. The state wasn't hard to deal with. I mean, it was just kind of going through the normal licensing snafus and stuff with federal and state. Local issues were really minimal, quite honestly. I think some people were ready for it.
Okay. Oh, you got lucky. We've definitely talked to some guests before that were the first craft brewery to come on board, and it just sounds like a nightmare every time.
Yeah, I think it depends on the mood of the local government people, whatever. If you got people that think alcohol's bad or whatever.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, what was really remarkable when I talked to Jay a few days ago is how easy the process was for him. He said just with timing and money and the state cooperating and et cetera, it just kind of worked. It all fell into place. There wasn't a lot of nightmarish red tape, and that's rare, isn't it?
Well, I think a lot of it had to do with planning. We've run across a few people that have tried to open small breweries in various states. Actually, we've talked to people at national homebrew conferences, and we've talked to people via email, and people have called, and as well a lot of Ohio breweries. And I think a lot of people just don't realize what really needs to go into doing the research to know what you need to do to kind of avoid all those pitfalls and delays. And we had the help of a lot of really great professional brewers kind of helping us stay out of trouble, so to speak.
That definitely helps. Now, you've got quite a homebrew history, and we always like to dive into this first to get to know our brewers. You were a homebrewer for years before you started a brewery.
Yeah, definitely. That's what fueled the fires to get involved in the venture.
What was your job back then when you were just a homebrewer?
I've worked for a long, long time in a wholesale bakery. We baked hamburger buns basically for different retail outlets, fast food restaurants, things like that. So I was a production supervisor in that role. So it's kind of cool. I had a lot of background in large-scale processing equipment, actually a lot larger than we deal with in our 7-barrel brew house.
Oh,
so
really?
Transitioning into that equipment.
Oh, what just happened?
Uh-oh.
Did we lose him?
I think we dropped him.
Sounds like the computer shut down.
It's a Skype issue, and it's telling me to hold on while we try to get him. But there he is. Hey, Jay,
There, we're
back?
back.
There we go. So we lost you just at that the equipment you were working with in the bakery was actually much larger than your brewing equipment even.
Yeah, it was a lot larger. We were dealing with tanks and things as far as like yeast slurry tanks and flour hoppers and things like that that were hundreds of thousands of pounds or thousands of gallons. So a lot of the same stuff, though, pumps, triclover, CIP, all that kind of stuff.
Got it. And you had to be familiar with yeast in the bakery as well.
We definitely, managed yeast in the bakery. Obviously, quite different strains, but we did use a cream yeast that we made into a brew slurry. So it ended up being kind of almost like pitching brewer's yeast as far as the consistency of it.
Got it. And have you experimented with baker's yeast in beer at all?
No, I really haven't. I haven't been in the mood to make something that tastes that bad.
Yeah, I know. Well, and I asked that too, kind of knowing just from reading homebrew forums and things like that. It used to come up quite a bit. Where people would ask, what about using bread yeast and baker's yeast? Let's give it a try. And
let's not.
The results were always terrible.
Yes.
That I read, and I never tried it myself.
Which is why there's bread yeast,
right,
and why there's beer yeast.
What is the difference between the two?
Flavors.
Oh, it's really a lot like the difference between different brewing strains. It's basically just a different strain of a similar genus. So they're just yeasts that aren't appropriate for beer as far as flavor and things like that. There are also different strains of bread yeast that bakeries use. So it wasn't quite as varied, I believe, as it is in brewing. But there were a number of different yeasts you could use depending on what type of things you were doing, whether it was loaf bread or buns or sweet goods or things like that. Of course, a lot of sweet goods are chemically leavened. So
okay, and just because I'm curious. What form did you get the yeast in? Liquid, dry? Did you have to propagate? Did you repitch? Any of these kind of normal brewing stuff?
Basically, what they did is we would get a regular semi-tank truck full of a thick cream yeast slurry, pump it into a storage vessel, hold it in the low 40s, and then we would draw off of that into a prop tank with water, sugar, and let it go through a fermentation process, and then it would be cooled down and stored, and that's where it would draw off to and run into the bread.
Got
as far
it.
as like the mixer, actually. So
that's cool.
It is cool. I never thought, even when I was reading my notes about you, Jay, I hadn't thought about the tie-in with just even the use of yeast and some fermentation, actually.
Yeah, fermentation is real important in bread for flavor, just as it is in beer. So, that's a definite consideration.
Got it. Now, how long were you a home brewer before you became a pro?
I started home brewing in 1995, fairly casually at first, and then around 2000, late 2000, early 2001. Lori made a gift of a very basic all-grain system, one of the plastic bucket systems, and started really getting involved in it and got really serious then. And then, Lori, you started like 2004, right?
Yeah, I didn't brew as heavily as Jay, and we had a little bit of a different style of brewing, I would say, at home. I did extract only, and he was doing all grain. And so, yeah.
She was a kitchen sink brewer, and I was a recipe follower. So we had two different approaches.
Sure. So Lori has my school of thought. They throw it all in there; it's going to be fine.
It'll be good.
They're such great ingredients. How could it not be good?
Exactly. Whatever's in your kitchen goes in your food. Whatever's in your kitchen goes in your beer.
Right. Well, and now you say you were just doing extract, but Jay, so were you up until that point where you got the all grain too?
Yeah, I was doing extract about the first 5 years, extract plus grains, basically just following other recipes, looking through some of the books available, getting recipes from the homebrew shop that I was buying stuff from out of Columbus. And then when all grain there, that's when I started getting into recipe formulation and started competing and things like that.
So what got you... I was talking about this at the beginning of the show, and I've talked about it before with new brewers and recipe formulation. What got you into doing recipe formulation at that point in time? I feel like most of us do it at the beginning because we don't know shit and we think it's fantastic. There's all these ingredients. Let's throw them together. But the more we know, I started doing less recipe building. But you see what I'm getting at? What got you into doing your own recipe?
I think it was all about control and making exactly what I wanted. So if I would brew a stout recipe and it was too roasty or too bitter or not roasty enough or not chocolatey enough, I wanted to make it exactly what I wanted to drink, not every day or at least a lot. I wasn't, I didn't care what you wanted to drink. I wanted to brew what I wanted to drink, and if you liked it, that was great.
Love it. And were there... It sounds like you might take a preformed recipe and then alter it to your taste.
Oh, we did that, or I should say I did that early on when I first started getting into the all grain. But really, I started writing recipes right away, and then it was just pretty much I really didn't brew anybody else's recipe for a long, long time.
Okay.
Although I will admit openly now, because there's some guys out there maybe listening that'll spot me on this. I've borrowed a couple of homebrewers' recipes for a couple of our beers in the brewery over the years.
So, that's cool.
Yeah, it's been a fun collaboration. Honestly, I would never been for shit at brewing an IPA, and I needed some help. So I had a couple guys that you people are all probably aware of. They're high-ranking BJCP people and have organized regional locations and things like that.
Okay.
So I definitely, fell back on some other guys, and then a couple other guys have started breweries and are doing very well that way as well. And I've had homebrew collaboration with those, and we used those recipes as a base and then adjusted for our actual, location with what grains we were using and yeast strain and things like that.
Well, that's awesome. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all.
What about, and I want to transition into the pro world too, but still as a homebrewer and you start doing your own recipes, were there any particular resources that really helped you? Any books, any people that helped you learn?
Well, this is about 2000, keep in mind, so not as much information out there then as there is now. But the two big sources were just for very basic knowledge and really getting the fundamentals and nuts and bolts of it. The Papazian book was really helpful in a real low key, laid back, relaxed style. And then when I really started to do the recipe formulation, Designing Great Beers by Ray Daniels was the tool I used.
There you go.
Such a good book. That's a great book.
Yeah, I keep harassing him to do an update, but I think he's too busy with Cicerone and all kinds of stuff these days.
Yeah, I think he probably left the Brewers Association just to avoid having to do an update.
What would you like to see out of an update?
Well, it'd be fun to see the more modern approaches to some of the styles and see some of the expanded styles as well that weren't around then that are now. Because a lot of that stuff's based on commercial recipes, but also a lot of that information was based on winners of like the 1995, I think it was 1995 National Homebrew Competition, beers that won or went to second round out of those competitions. So, obviously a lot of views have, slid a little bit to the left or the right as far as, what we're doing in those styles now and things like that. I think it'd be interesting to see the differences of what people were using then to make, say, a medal-winning IPA and what they're doing now. I think it would be shocked.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think that would be the biggest change, the IPA category?
I think IPA category would definitely be the biggest one. I think some of the, as far as I'm kind of a stout guy, and I don't see a lot of really interesting things happening in stouts. I think the styles and the sub styles are really holding to what they've always been, as far as all the way from dry to imperial. But in the hoppy beers, the American Pale Ales, I think Pale Ale and IPAs and just all those things that are really pushing the hop centric side of things are what's really exploding, and people are just really rethinking about how they're doing things.
Sure. All right, well, let's talk quickly about a beer that we have in front of us as we transition into how the Weasel Boy Brewing came to be. What do we pour first here, Moscow?
It's the Plaid Ferret Scottish Ale, and Jay was nice enough to hand bottle some of his stuff and send it out here. And you'll be happy to know, Jay, that it is in very good shape. Delightful.
It is. Yeah.
That's good to hear.
This is an awesome Scottish ale. So you don't bottle at Weasel Boy. It's just a draft brewery?
Yeah, we're draft only. We service draft accounts within about an hour radius of our brewery. It's small amount right now, but that's kind of the side of the business that's growing more than even the pub is. So yeah, no bottling or canning, even in the business plan long range. That's just not something we're looking at doing at all at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I love this really nice toasty, bready malt character just right in the mid palate. Is amazing.
It is. This is a wonderful Scottish ale, Jay. It's awesome.
That's the flavor that's hard to pin down for me, I think, when people make Scottish ales, that kind of toasty, nutty kind of thing going on.
Okay.
It's rad. It's right there. It's perfect.
That beer, that's actually one of the beers we collaborated with a home brewer of high regard on a few years ago, and he always brewed it as a 60. And I want to say, I don't even really remember how many NHC medals he won with that beer, gold, silver, bronze over the years. I know he won quite a few. But when we were talking, he said, "Just this is what I do," because we were discussing what I was doing and what he was doing, and I was mostly doing exports, and he was doing the lights. So basically, took his recipe, modified it a little bit, changed the yeast, changed a couple of the grains as far as what maltsters they were from, and went from there. I mean, it's a fairly, I guess for a 60, it's kind of a complex beer. I think it's five grains or 4 grains and some flaked barley or something like that. And but it's just low gravity. It's got a lot of flavor. We do a longer boil. It develops some caramel in there. I think that helps also with getting that nice malty roundness to it. The bittering level is absurdly low. I think.
What is it?
I sent you a Celsius on that. What did I put on that? It's got an 11 calculated IBU on that or something?
I'm going to pull it up. Forgive me. Give me 2 seconds.
And when you say a longer boil, how long is that?
Well, we have a small direct-fired kettle that's really, really aggressive. So a long boil for us would be 75 minutes.
Wow, okay.
And we get quite a bit of boil off on that, but we also develop a lot of melanoids and things like that I think really come through on that beer.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the depth of those flavors, JP here was mentioning the breadiness as well as the roastiness, and both of those, I think, are found in the melanoidins that you've developed in this beer.
And we cheat a little bit as far as trying to get some of those right off the bat. A lot of Scottishes are 3-grain recipes. Maybe pale, maybe some people throw in a little crystal and then a little roast. Mm-hmm. We use pale. We use actually almost an equivalent to a special B.
Okay.
And then we use some flaked barley. We use roasted barley, and then we also use pale chocolate.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. I think the pale chocolate and that special B is a good combination right there.
And that rolls off a little bit on the roasty side, because sometimes to try to get the color you want, depending on what strength of a Scottish you're brewing, sometimes depending on what roasted barley you're using again too, but sometimes the roasted barley will give you a little too much roastiness, and you don't get quite as much, I think, depth or complexity. It comes off a little more 2 or 3 dimensional as opposed to more complex.
Okay.
What was it that we were wondering a second ago? The Play-Doh?
IBUs.
11.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
I think the original recipe actually, believe it or not, as the 60 was a 5 IBU beer. So,
wow,
it just works. I don't know why, but it does.
It does. It's not unbalanced. I mean, it's clearly on the malt side, and it's a little sweeter, but it's not unbalanced. I mean,
no, you do get perceived bitterness from the. I don't know. Maybe it's from the toasty kind of deeper caramel melanoidins going on. I don't know, but there is kind of a balance there,
right?
Yeah, I think the roastiness, this hints of roastiness in those deep malt kind of intangibles really do help round off with the hops. They kind of play in concert with it, and it doesn't come across, like you say. It doesn't come across finished sweet. It's just kind of sweet. Slightly sweet through the body of the beer, and then it finishes up pretty clean for the most part.
I agree 100%, and that I think is also what makes it so enjoyable, because if it stayed as sweet as it tastes while it's on your palate, well, then you get kind of a sweet, you get a sweet beer that you don't want another one of.
See, this is the beer that I want commercially, locally.
available all
what
the time.
I
yeah.
would drink everywhere I went.
Yeah.
I don't want an IPA. I want this.
Yeah, I agree.
All the time.
Completely agree.
I can't argue with that, actually. It's pretty damn good.
Give me another one, Scott.
There you go.
I only sent you 2.
Right. Well, I guess JP gets one of them. We shared the first one.
Jay, if you had any idea how infrequently Jip asks for refills of guest beer, you'd be very happy with yourself.
Yeah.
We'd like to call him discerning, but he's actually just a dick.
It was basically chucking nut pills and this.
And this, right.
This is the only 2 things I drink.
That's true.
Okay.
Well, this really, it's a wonderful beer.
I
Well
like
done.
to torture myself and enjoy things I can't have. I dislike that.
Right.
He apparently agrees with a lot of folks in Ohio because it's one of our best-selling beers.
I can see
it
why.
is.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is if you could summarize it a little, what is the Ohio craft beer scene like? Are there a lot of breweries?
Actually, it's exploding right now. I think when we opened just almost 6 years ago, we were like the 43rd brewery in the state. We're a pretty populous state with 3 major metro areas and a couple other large ones.
Yeah.
And I think right now that number's like starting to approach 80 or 90, and it's just like a lot of other places. It's just like there's so many opening and so many in planning right now. We're having a hard time keeping track of who they are and where they're at.
Well, that's okay. That's good.
And there's a lot of great quality here. I mean, there's some great stuff in Columbus. Of course, out of Cleveland, most of you guys have probably heard of Great Lakes.
Yep.
And Great Lakes makes some pretty solid stuff. Out of Akron, there's Thirsty Dog and Hoppin' Frog. Both those guys have got great reputations. Hoppin' Frog's done well at GABF over the past 5 years.
Yeah, I've had their beer.
Yeah, so I think the quality in Ohio, Fatheads, I know you guys know Fatheads, obviously, from their hoppy beers. Matt's a great brewer.
He is.
So, yeah, I mean, I think the beer is solid in Ohio, and I think we've, got a lot of upside, too.
Is there a style, this one's your bestseller, and I know it's not always easy to generalize, but it's fairly easy to say that California, the West Coast, is a hop coast and fairly hop forward. Is there a certain style of beer you think that does better in Ohio?
Yeah, I really think that IPAs and strong American pales are what it's all about here too, as far as what the biggest sellers for most people are. The exceptions would be some people like Great Lakes who have long established beers that are their flagships, like Dortmund or Edmund Fitzgerald. But guys like Fatheads with Headhunter and Columbus Brewing Company up in Columbus, they have a whole line of really hop-centric beers that are excellently made and really, really good. So I think that's probably, again, I think IPAs are probably your number one craft beer in most markets, I would say, as far as sales.
Okay. All right, so backtracking just a little bit, the two of you are home brewers. You've been doing it for several years. At what point do you decide to go pro, and whose stupid idea is it? That's what I want to know.
Whose stupid idea is it? Was that the question?
And I only say that because...
Let's have the stupid half of the answer the question.
Now you pissed her off.
Oh, no.
Now we know who it was.
Kicked hard enough, and Jay accepted my challenge, so that's how it happened.
Really? So you said, hey, I think we're good at this. We should move to the next level?
No, I think I said, hey, you're good at this, and why don't you take me along with you for the ride?
Got it.
I was reluctant to do it commercially, not because I didn't think it would be cool. We all think it'd be cool to be a commercial brewer, especially when we're home brewers and we really don't know any better. But a couple things, I think, I had a really good job, paid really well, great benefits, good security. And number two, I didn't want to not like brewing anymore. So I was really concerned that if it became a job where I'm worrying about, the economics of it and running a business, am I not going to enjoy this as much anymore? Well, we found out really that that's not the case. Absolutely love what we're doing. And, the transition then with those concerns, that's how we formulate our whole business plan with the transition from our jobs into full-time brewing. And I worked at the bakery another 5+ years after the brewery opened, so a lot of long weeks. But that allowed the brewery to propagate and perpetuate itself, put all the funds back in, not have to worry about making a living off of it. And then when it was time, then it was step out with a degree of comfort and not get too excited about failing the next day because we don't need money. So
right. Well, clearly, after all this time, it's not a stupid idea at all, and that you guys have done fantastic. You must have started fairly small, I would think, to be able to keep both jobs.
Well, we started the first 6 months just brewing while we were finishing out the building out of our tap room.
Okay.
But then we, once we opened the bar itself, then it was, I think we started out 3 days a week open, then we expanded to 4 days a week, and we're still only open 5 days a week. Zanesville is a smaller city, about 25,000. It's not known to be extremely progressive in its worldly tastes in food and beer and things like that, but it's really coming around. So I think we hit the town at the right time. A lot of people were looking for something like us, and that helped us also kind of start in slower and then pick up steam. But, it was still a lot of work. I mean, the last couple of years, we were brewing 400 plus barrels, which isn't huge, but on a 7-barrel system, you're brewing, 3 times every 2 weeks. You're doing all the other cellar work. You're running a pub. You're delivering. You're making sales calls. You're doing accounting. So that on top of both of us working 40-hour jobs, it was, pretty stressful.
Yeah, that's rough. That's a lot more work than I want to ever do.
Says the guy building a pond.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, Lori, what was that?
I was going to say, it's still pretty stressful for the stupid half of the business owners.
Justin's never going to live this down.
Still has to work full time, but if you guys would come out and drink some more of our beer, maybe I could get out of my job.
So you're still working your other job, Lori?
Yeah, I'm not sure when I'll be able to get out. We're kind of taking things slow, and like Jay said, just want to make sure that it's the right time.
Well, you both are very smart, and I can tell that by the way you've done it. And honestly, that's where the stupid question comes from, because most of the people we have on here that talk about, well, I was a home brewer and I want to go for it, and they just talk about this period of time that was miserable, and that they did stop liking brewing, and that they just had this such a struggle that they many times will say, I don't want to say we often hear that people regret it, because that wouldn't be true, but we just hear about this period that maybe you guys are at the tail end of that is just so difficult.
Or they get real cynical.
Yeah,
about the beer industry.
It's interesting, because we had a lot of professional brewers try to discourage us a little bit.
Really?
From opening the brew pub, starting the brewery. And it was interesting because I think they know how hard it is. And so, they want to make sure that you're willing to sacrifice a little bit. I think when you start a business, any type of business, whether it's brewing or baking or, public relations, whatever, I think you have to be ready for a lot of long hours and be willing to learn a lot, because it's, Jay and I will tell people when they come in the pub and say, wow, you're so successful, aren't you proud to be such good business people? We'll be the first to tell you that we think we're just about 2 of the worst business people in the world. Somehow we make it work. I don't know. Right.
Well, you're your harshest critic, and that might be part of your success, certainly in the quality of the beer and maybe how you do business. I think I'm gathering that there's a part of the two of your personality that has contributed to this too, and I think it's patience. There aren't many people that we've had on the show that have, for one, kept their other jobs for that long of a time. It's been 5 to 6 years, and there aren't many, I think, that really stick it out and go the safe route. That's kind of all or nothing. Let's just go for it and we'll be fine later. But you two have been very thoughtful about it, it sounds like, and have been able to wait it out.
Well, safe is hard, I think, for a lot of people, because even for some established breweries right now, and I think we're seeing some trends across the country of some pullback on some breweries because they've overstepped their britches, so to speak.
Yeah.
All of a sudden in the beginning, it's attractive. Let's go to Illinois. Let's go to Michigan. Let's go to South Carolina. Let's go to Georgia. And you haven't even touched your backyard yet. And all of a sudden you start to blow up at home, and all of a sudden you can't make enough beer to ship other places, and all of a sudden you're pulling out of a market. And there are other reasons for that as well, but that's one of the reasons a couple people have had to pull back, because they just can't supply demand.
Sure.
And don't get me wrong, we're nowhere near that. But at the same time, we can probably peak out at about 800 barrels right now, and that's brewing the wheels off this place.
Okay.
And if we were doing that, that would be, great in one way and miserable in another. But, we've been very, very careful not to take on more clients, especially our draft accounts, than we can supply, because then nothing makes them angry. And if they call up and say, no, sorry, we don't have that this week or whatever. And
right.
So, we try to make sure that we always have the beer. We try to make sure that we always have our year-round staples, and we always have seasonals and rotationals. So we always have those 5 beers for everybody to have, but then we always have a couple more at least. So it's difficult maintaining that without overstepping your bounds on a 7-barrel brew house. And, at the same time, another thing about being patient is, do I want to drop, a small amount of money in at the beginning and start this slow, or do I want to drop a huge amount of money in and have a massive overhead?
Yeah.
That's really threatening, plus trying to support myself. So, we were really cautious about it, and I think that works with our personalities and what we wanted to do. We're a little more conservative and safe as far as, jumping into new things like that.
Yeah.
So it really worked well for us.
I think it has, and I like to see it, because we don't often hear that story. We do hear about small startups and things like that, but really the progress that you guys have made over time is it sounds healthy, I think is what I'm getting at. You sound like two healthy people who didn't want to just jump overboard. You didn't want to ruin your hobby. You didn't want to put too much at risk. You didn't want to do all these things, so you just did it without risking any of that stuff. I think that's a pretty smart move.
There's a conversation in the chat going on specifically about that. Why don't we hear more about these kind of these breweries that they start small and they grow organically?
I think entrepreneurship often sounds unhealthy and risky, and it is. Lori, you pointed that out, but it doesn't have to be all or nothing all the time.
No, and at the same time, it's not as exciting if we're not, if we do this meteoric growth like Dogfish Head.
Right.
That's sexy and popular and everything like that. It's kind of like, you just jumping into the spotlight. You want to be a rock star, so to speak, in brewing. And I think that's the way a lot of people think about it. They don't think about, this is really, this is my life. This is my job. This is something I'm going to retire from. I got to have an exit strategy. I've got to have all this.
Yeah.
So it's, it's something that gets forgotten in the glamour, if you can call it glamour, because brewing is really not very glamorous.
Right.
But in the glamour of being a brewer, people think, brewery, awards, medals, people know who I am. You're the brewmaster, things like that. They forget about all the other parts that really can scare the hell out of you if you go too fast and jump high. Yeah.
I feel like a third business that you guys need, because clearly you need something else to do, is a mentorship program.
Consultation.
Because it's fantastic advice.
Well, you did the opposite of what was done to you, which is you wouldn't try and talk people out of. I'm curious how that went when someone was trying to say, well, this isn't, you guys shouldn't really be starting a brewery. How did that go? Were they overt about it, or were they subtle?
Some were pretty straightforward about it. Which, all feedback is good feedback, right? I mean, you just need to talk to those folks and kind of see where they're at and what some of the issues that they have are or were at the time.
And in their defense, too, they started these things when it was a lot harder to do it, and when there were, one of the people that talked to us about this that was really supportive of us, but at the same time very discouraging, because I think he wanted to see how serious we were. He started this thing, when there were like 3 breweries in Columbus and probably 15, and not even 15, there were probably 10 breweries in the state. So this wasn't a big growing industry like it is right now. This was kind of underground, high risk, and most were associated with restaurants that had to be successful to make it all work.
I see.
And it's interesting too, because we have a lot of folks that approach us and ask us for advice on opening a brewery, and want to talk to us about what we've learned and what mistakes we've made and what we can share with them. And we're always open and honest, and try to be cautious with them as well, and steer them in the right direction. But that's difficult too, because everybody has a different business model and a different idea of who they are and what they want to do. So, it's difficult giving advice, I guess.
I bet. And we all come in excited about that new idea we have, and that puts the blinders on.
I'll create one more firestorm here, probably on chat and everything, because I love to do this.
Do it.
The single biggest piece of advice we give anybody who asks us about starting a brewery And one of the first questions we ask is, what size system are you looking at? Anybody that says less than 7 barrels, we basically do the same thing our mentors told us. We tell them they're stupid.
Right.
Now, there are a lot of successful nanos out there, but the sustainability of a nano model is really difficult because you can't make any beer. And if you get successful, you're out of capacity before you even open the door.
Right.
Yeah. And, we started 7 barrels, and I wish we'd started 10. And, every successful nano we've known, I think, in the United States, with the exception of one that is purposely a nano because they're a sister operation to another successful brewery, they're out of capacity in not months or years usually, but sometimes weeks and, a few months, and they're looking for new equipment. So, I guess don't waste money on a half barrel or a 1 barrel system when you can buy a 7 for not a whole lot more and at least make some beer. And then you can always brew the wheels off a 7 and double batch into a 15 or triple batch into a 20 or whatever. So, like I say, there will be people out there with business models right now all over the country who will be listening to this and saying, well, we're going to do nano, damn it, and we're going to be successful. And you may be, but it's a lot more work because what's your time worth? I can brew once for every time you brew 7,
Right.
And it's a lot of work.
If I can just add a clarifier to that I didn't understand this part of the business either until Jamil from Heretic was talking to me about it. But in most entrepreneur endeavors, to sell out of your product is what you want to do. You want so much, and everybody buys it up, and then they're waiting for more. It's on demand. That works one way in a lot of things. In beer, it's a little bit different. And mostly that's because tap handle space and shelf space, for that matter, is it's very competitive. And if people love your product, and then
huge point right there.
Yeah.
And then the third point is all those craft brew drinkers out there. They're like bees on flowers, man. They're fickle. Yeah, they might love this product, but if it's not available, they're happy to drink another one.
Exactly. And the bar owner or the store space is happy to bring in the next brewer when they call you and said, I need another keg and I need another case, and you say, I'm tapped out. Well, you're done, buddy. Thanks for nothing.
Yeah. It's tough to get back in.
And I hadn't really thought about that as being a real problem. So I think that's kind of to your point where, sure, you want to brew to capacity, but you got to be able to fulfill your accounts.
Yep.
So anyway, that's a good bit of advice I think that you're giving out there. Well, listen, guys, I got more to talk to you about. I got to take a quick break. I do want to try. We've got a couple more beers from you, including a multiple award-winning Russian Imperial Stout that you sent us. And I'd like to taste that and come back and talk to you guys about it.
2012 GABF Gold.
Is that right?
Yep.
Awesome. All right, can you hang in there for just a couple minutes while we take a break?
Yep, no problem.
All right, we got Weasel Boy Brewing on the line with us here, and we're going to get some good information. We already are, if you're looking to start some stuff up. But we'll talk about more recipe formulation as well as the award-winning Russian Imperial Stout. Hang in there. It's The Session, and we'll be right back.
Listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Hi, I'm Jason Harris, the proud owner here at Keystone Homebrew Supply. We're thrilled to be entering our 20th year of supplying this great industry, and to show you, the Brewing Network Army, how much we appreciate your support, we're offering you 10% off your first order on our website, KeystoneHomebrew.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and I'll get your order out the same day. My goal at Keystone Homebrew Supply has always been to have a complete supply of everything a brewer could want. When you place your order online or when you come into our store, it's our goal to have everything on your list and more. One aspect of KeystoneHomebrew.com that we're really excited about is the ability to fulfill customers' exact grain bills. Do you hate to wait? Keystone Homebrew Supply can get your precious yeast and hops to you within just one day if you live between Connecticut and Virginia, and within 2 days east of the Mississippi. KeystoneHomebrew.com. Coupon code BNARMY. I'm Jason Harris, and I approve this message.
There's an app on the iPhone for just about everything, including beer. apps for finding a pint of beer, apps that look like you're drinking a pint of beer, and now there's an app for brewing a pint of beer. Introducing BrewPal, the most all-inclusive beer brewing app for professionals and hobbyists that fits in your pocket and goes wherever you do. Recipe formulation that can be imported and exported with a customizable database. Mash and sparge calculations, yeast pitching rates, carbonation tables, and more. Available right now for less coin than a pound of grain. See BrewPal in action at brewpal.info and download it for your iPhone at a special introductory price right now. BrewPal, all the brewing software you need, right in your pocket. Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of their 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Their new Snap-Lock stainless steel cam-lock fittings will make connecting your pump or heat exchanger quick and easy. Or check out their exclusive paintball tank-based draft beer equipment. They even have their own line of precision hydrometers. Go to williamsbrewing.com to browse their vast selection. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 4 p.m. Pacific Time weekdays ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
Tin, Getting tired of that same old handcrafted beverages day after day? Are you looking for something with more diversity than your normal beer? Fellow BN Army member Michael Fairbrother, owner of Moonlight Meadery, is reviving an entire beverage category, mead.
The meads at Moonlight Meadery are all handcrafted from the finest honey on the market and are perfect for any occasion, like weddings, baby showers, or...
Excuse me? Mead is not your average girly drink, mister, and Moonlight Meads can be enjoyed anytime, anywhere. Football games with the guys.
Yeah.
Barbecues with the guys.
Yeah.
Operating power tools with the guys.
Yeah. Actually, sir, that's really dangerous.
Good point, son.
Next time you have something to celebrate or are just looking for a new tasting experience, pick up a bottle of mead from Moonlight Meadery. Now in 21 states, making over 60 varieties of mead from dry, semi-sweet to sweet.
Break out of that craft beer lull. Grab a bottle of Moonlight Mead. Can't find some? Then ask. No, make that demand some.
Yeah!
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters, this is Jamel Zanishev, and I love a bold, hoppy beer, one that spits resin in your face and makes you cry uncle. There are a lot of great hoppy beers out there, but at Heretic, we want to make something as bold, dank, and resiny as possible. We use hops at every chance we get, including multiple dry hop additions. The result is Heretic Evil Cousin. This light golden, 8% Imperial IPA has an easy malt character that helps take the edge off the massive bittering, but it takes a back seat to the in-your-face hop character. We make sure this beer finishes dry so the hops can jump out and slam you in the taste buds. If you can't get enough hoppy goodness, Evil Cousin is your cup of tea. Cheers.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping?
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
The Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to
The Session.
session. Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
Welcome back to the program. Thanks for hanging out with us. We're talking to Weasel Boy Brewing out of Zanesville, Ohio. But first, let me let you know a little bit about Beersmith homebrewing software. You can go to beersmith.com right now and download your free 21-day trial. We're going to talk a little bit about recipe formulation and different beer recipes with our guest tonight. And one of the great ways to get your beer recipes together all in one place and prepare yourself for brew day is to use brewing software. And the best brewing software on the market is Beersmith. And I'm not afraid to say that because you get a free 21-day trial to go check it out. So just go download it and give it a shot. Now, you can also get the app. I think they have it for iPad and Android and iPhone and all the different platforms. And then you can do your recipe formulation on the go. You know, just because you never know when inspiration is going to hit. You know, you could be at a beer festival in one of those public restrooms and, you know, you're just doing your business. And then all of a sudden you're like, I have the greatest idea for a beer recipe. And you want to be able to open up your app and just do it all right there. And you can do that. I'm sure that Brad Smith is loving my endorsement right now.
Do it in the bathroom.
Do it. That's his new slogan. I'm giving it to him. Beersmith. Do it in the bathroom with the new Beersmith mobile. Check it out.
No more waving your hand underneath the stall door to find someone to do it with.
Hey,
do it yourself.
Hey, anybody got a notepad? No, you do it right there on your app.
Yeah. What is it, 2012? You don't have the app yet? Come on.
Go check it out. Beersmith.com. Free 21-day trial. All right, our guests tonight, we got Jay and Lori Wintz from Weasel Boy Brewing. They're hanging out with us. We're about to try another one of your beers we have in front of us. But I have to ask you about where the brewery name comes from.
This is Lori's favorite story. So
okay.
Well, we have ferrets at home, and probably couple too many right now. And friends of ours have always called them our Weasel Boys. And so when Jay was brewing at home, he used to call his beers Weasel Boy beers. And the name,
nice.
Wow, it generates a lot of interest, and we sell an awful lot of T-shirts because our logo's kind of crazy. We have just recently were named, what was it?
35th worst.
35th worst name. Worst brewery name.
Wow.
So on one of the beer blogs, I was disappointed that Dogfish Head was the first worst name, and I thought, well, criminy, we can do better than that.
Yeah, I was going to say the only thing that I would be offended about is being so far down the list.
Yeah, if you're going to be on the list, you should be the list, right?
Yeah, it was a fun list. The guy who did the blog, and I apologize, I can't remember what the blog was. He did the top 50 best and the top 50 worst, and beside every brewing name, he had had a nice explanation of why he thought the name was good or bad.
Okay.
And some were multiple sentences. Ours was just 2 words. It said "just stupid." So
wow. Which we're thinking about putting on the back of some T-shirts.
I think that's marketing right there. Yeah.
Thank you to that blogger. We appreciate it.
Well, listen, it's now been reinforced because I said that your brewery was a stupid idea, and this guy said that the name was stupid. You have to just. Susie, can you go take care of what's happening downstairs? You have to just go with it and, make a marketing campaign. Make a triple IPA or something stupid.
Yeah, or like with a name like Weasel Boy, our beer must be good.
I actually have the list.
You do?
I found the blog. I have the list right in front of me.
Give us a couple of who's the top 5?
Well, Dogfish Head is the first one. Second one, Pig Minds.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah. Number 3, Spider Bite.
Okay.
That's pretty dumb.
Yeah,
4, Ass Clown.
What?
No, that's dumb.
Ass Clown Brewing.
Huh.
5, Scars and Stripes.
Oh, that's number 1.
Yeah. I mean, there's worse ones than Dogfish Head. I mean, at least it's kind of catchy, but Butternuts.
I like that one. I would drink Butternuts.
Right? Yeah, Broken Tooth, Weeping Radish, Wormtown.
Oh,
Now that's a good sounding one.
Yeah, but that was number
Listen,
19 on the list.
I am quickly moving you guys to the good list after hearing these.
Actually, one is our very close personal friend Patrick Rue at the brewery.
Yeah,
I
was
know that
that
name.
was not a bad name. I didn't get it.
No, it's terrible.
Phenomenal beer,
But hey,
horrible
like I
name.
said, it was just this guy's opinion, and he made it very clear that this had nothing to do with the beer. He loved the beer from a lot of
Sure.
places, but I thought it was hilarious, and I thought he did a great job compiling it, and I think a lot of people took it really personally, but we
Right.
thought it was hilarious. We got it was great.
Well, that's good. I don't think you should take it personally. I think it's a fun post.
It is a fun, and actually, a lot of the ones on his 50 best are terrible names.
Okay.
They're terrible. I don't know if I should mention them, but
Sierra Nevada.
yeah. Terminal Gravity, Gravity Brewing, Original Gravity, Zero Gravity. Like, these are your best?
There's no creativity there.
No.
Maybe the guy likes physics, gravity.
Our friend Sven, our friend Steve is on there with Kinetic, number 49.
One of the best?
Yeah.
That is a good brewery name.
Yeah.
I like
so,
that.
there you go.
All right. Well,
Ale
I
heads.
had to ask, of course, as you probably get asked often. All right, Moscow, what are we trying now?
This is the Bitter Sable Imperial Black IPA.
Okay, now I tasted this at the break, and I'm going to be honest with the two of you. As soon as we heard that we got an Imperial Black IPA,
oh boy,
we all kind of went, well, it's all right. It's one of these.
No, it's not.
No, it is not.
It's not at all. I want a pint of this. I want 2 pints of this beer already, and it's probably the first Imperial Black anything I've ever had that I go, oh yeah, I'll take a couple of those.
You're actually really lucky that you got that 1 or 2 bottles, because I drink a full keg of that myself, and I've got a customer that comes in that was having a heart attack last week when we ran out.
Oh, really? I can see why. This is one of those beers that if you know anything about beer and you're seeing all the new things people are trying, you're worried about the style, and this is one of those beers that changes your mind. I think it starts out, and I'll say similar to the first beer we had, only in the sense of it starts out with a big mouthful of sweet flavor, and boy does that go away and turn into a nice, the flavor stays around, but there's no sweetness, there's no thickness. I don't taste the 8% alcohol.
I'll tell you what I taste is you get the sweetness, but it's like, and I mean this in the best possible way, it's a candy sweetness. It's very sweet, and the sweetness has depth. It's not just sugar.
I see.
There's
what
like
you mean.
there's
Yeah.
like a deeper, flavorful sweetness to it, and
Almost like you get from some of the Belgian candy sugars.
Yeah,
where
but even
complex.
more so. Yeah, it's very complex, very very complex sweetness. And then you're right, it goes away. It's still there, but the bitterness kind of cleans it up, and it does taste kind of dry. And so you get a balance at the end. It's not one or the other. The sweetness is not entirely gone for me anyway. It's still kind of at the back of my tongue there, but it's in perfect balance with the bitterness on the sides. It's phenomenal.
Now,
it's really well balanced.
You just said one of my key descriptors of hopefully about everything we make, and you said balance. And to me, that's what it's about. A lot of people are doing out of balance beers, and a lot of people really enjoy them. I'm not one of them.
Right.
Yeah, so,
Right.
And I like the comment on the sweetness too, because you said it was a depth, almost a candy sweetness. I really, what I think plays in there is the malt bill has some, a nice, it's got a nice malty character to it, but also the yeast strains that we use in the brewery aren't real dry finishers. We like to leave some residuals, and that, I think that really helps. And I was really influenced on that beer by a beer that was available years ago from Founders up in Grand Rapids. They did a black rye. It was a pale ale, but it was short lived. They didn't have it a long time. It was one of the first black so-called like IPAs or pale ales that I ever saw.
Okay.
And we started making this beer before the craze hit. We had heard of one or two, but when we made this, the style hadn't even come to light yet. And I don't want to cut anybody's products down, but honestly, a lot of black IPAs are hoppy stouts.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think it should be an IPA that's black. I know that makes no sense, but
that's weird.
Well, I think that JP touched on what makes this beer balanced. And I want to ask JP, because I have the details in front of me before I go into it. How many IBUs do you think this beer has?
Let me
just to get,
yeah. Let me take another.
I mean, just because I'm curious, I'm hoping that you're surprised.
80.
Okay.
Not far off.
Yeah, he's not far off, and he's not surprised. I would have guessed lower, but in reading the spec, it's 100 IBU beer. Mm-hmm. And when I read that, I go, so that's what's helping me out in the finish. And especially now, Jay, as you mentioned that your yeast is leaving behind some residual sugar, it's not that you're looking to dry this out. It's the balance that 100 IBU adds to a big, sweet front end that makes it not taste sweet, and it also makes it not taste bitter. There's nothing bitter about this beer.
The double IPAs that are coming out now are Lori loves them. She's the bitter side of the equation here.
Okay.
All those awful names I keep getting called.
Bitter and stupid.
Yeah. It's terrible.
Hey, she wears a shirt that says I'm a bitter woman, so I can't take that one back.
You're allowed that one.
But, the double IPAs that really I can enjoy one of and not go, whoa, sensory overload, are mostly Midwest in production, couple more towards the East Coast. One that stood out originally to me is a double, whether you like it or hate it. And a lot of people don't like it because it is balanced and it's not over the top bitter. And that's 90 Minute.
Yeah.
I mean, 90 Minute's got some balance to it. It's got a lot of sweetness on the front end. It finishes more bitter than ours and more hoppy, don't get me wrong. But it's more balanced for a double IPA. And at 9%, sometimes it can be a little scary too. But
yeah.
Our yeast strain does hide the ethanol well. It leaves some residuals. So, I wanted a double IPA that was a double IPA, and I didn't really want what tasted like a hoppy barley wine. So,
well, you nailed that.
That's kind of what the beer's all about.
It's really. I'm just surprised. Like I think I'm raving about it because of my surprise. Reading the name, we just went, oh, here we go. And I'm telling you, it's so wonderful. I could easily drink. I'm with you, Lori. I want my own keg.
Sorry, I drank all the last of it.
Oh, that's all right.
So how do you achieve that depth of sweetness? Like if I'm a home brewer and I want to, I'm not really getting depth of sweetness, it just kind of tastes sugary. What would I do different to achieve depth as we have coined it?
Well, basically it's not a complex beer as far as the malt bill, but it does have a good amount of Munich. We use aromatic in it, so we're throwing some malty flavors in there to begin with, and then again, I think our direct fire kettle gives us some of those reactions. That's a 60-minute boil on that beer, so we developed some caramel and some Maillards in there, and it's that I think with just a slightly less attenuative yeast strain we use, I think it all just kind of creates a nice marriage of sweetness that doesn't taste just sugary.
Can we know a bit about if we don't know exactly what your yeast strain is there a recommendation from a homebrew perspective that you could give us that you would use?
We experimented a lot kind of in test batches before we started the brewery because we wanted something that was kind of a workhorse that did a number of things, so we didn't have to keep a whole bunch of yeast strains, active at all the time. So, but American strains are out because they're too dry. Really pick one of the cleaner English strains that probably attenuate somewhere in that 70 to 73% range, and will ferment a little on the cool side, so you keep your ester profile down if you want to.
Okay.
And they leave those residuals, and there are a few of those strains. Like I think 1275 is a good one. I'm going to go with Weiss numbers because that's what I've always used.
That's okay.
I think of the 1275, which I believe is the Thames Valley, the 1318, which is a London 3. The 1028's not bad, although it will accent, I think, your hop side a little more. It tends to be a little drier and a little more minerally profiled. The 1968 will work, but you got to watch that sucker because it's a diacetyl thrower and it'll drop out of suspension if you look at it crooked.
Okay.
But I think those character English strains that aren't too fruity are the ones that really I think you can achieve that with. So there are a couple of American styles of beer that we use an English strain for that I think comes off very well.
Okay. Well, that's good information, and boy, is this a great example. Can we talk about the hop profile of this and what you're doing on the the 60 or the bittering edition, and then the rest of it?
Well, I think this is another thing that makes that beer come across as a little more malty, and the bitterness is much smoother and more blended, as we have a lot of late edition in there. We got a big charge at the beginning, which is Summit, and I know some people are cringing and rolling over right now because they think garlic or onion or whatever else they tend to get out of that, which we have never gotten, I might add. But then we do a lot of middle and late additions with blends, Summit, Amarillo, Centennial, Cascade. So
okay, I like the blending of it, and I think that's
the blending gives it a different character. You can't really pick a profile hop out of there, and at the same time, the late addition factor, I think, really makes that bitterness much smoother.
And so that's really just even a Whirlpool edition or 5 minutes?
We've got, if I'm remembering this beer right, I think we've got a 60, 30, and I might mix this up with my IPA. There is a later edition, like a 15 or something like that, but then we throw a whole crapload in the Whirlpool. So
okay,
in essence, that people that aren't whirlpooling in a homebrew situation, that's probably almost a 5 or 10 minute edition, I would think, because you're going to pick up some IBUs in the Whirlpool,
right?
But you also don't lose all those volatile oils with the flavor and the aroma. So
from a recipe building standpoint, I feel like the adding combinations of hops in one edition is the more advanced, and I'm going to say really pro-brewing difference.
Yeah.
There's so many varieties of hops, and there you can do some research and find that the C hops work together, and there's some easy stuff. But really knowing when the Summit and the Amarillo and the amounts of each to put in together, that's a recipe building thing. Is that just experience, Jay? I mean, I want some tips on how to figure out which hops to blend together.
Well, I think there's some normal ones that you can associate, like you just said. We've done a couple of strange little things, like we cask a dry hop, or dry hop a cask of something, and we mixed Amarillo and Warrior, and people were like cringing again. They're thinking, "Oh my God, it must have tasted like a lawn," and Warrior can tend to be grassy on its own. But when you blend it with something else, it just makes other things happen. So I think you really have to experiment. But probably one of the oddest combinations of dry hopping we did was in a beer that we did recently. We recreated this is kind of a new trend too, this hoppy wheat beer or wheat IPA or whatever you want to call it. We just basically call ours a wheat IPA. It's a smaller version. It's a 5.5%er. But we blended Spalt Select with Cascade, and it created a really neat profile. It didn't quite taste like Cascade, but it had some of those earthy qualities of that German, almost noble-like hop, and it created a really cool finish in the beer. So I think you have to be open to experimentation. I think that's something you can do by maybe splitting batches into gallon-sized batches and just playing with different dry hopping combinations. And I think at some point those could carry over into late addition blending and things like that too.
Well, that's a good idea, the splitting up just for the dry hop. It sounds like something I could do. Whenever people talk about split batches and things, I feel like, I don't know how to do that. I put it in. But if it's just the same wort and I've hopped it, I've hopped it all the same in the kettle. Then I put it into different vessels and I mess with dry hopping combinations. Now that I can do. That makes sense. And you can
actually even ferment it out totally in bulk, but as opposed to taking it all to one keg or taking it all to whatever, you could rack a couple gallons into your bottling bucket, or rack a couple gallons off of your. I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Rack a couple gallons off of your secondary fermenter into a dry hop vessel, or hell, throw it in a keg. How easy is that?
Exactly.
Get a 3 gallon corny, dry hop it in the keg, and you're going to be rid of 2 gallons before it's going to have to worry too much. And
sure. Well, that's an excellent point. Ferment, do the whole brew just like I normally would. It's just when I'm ready to transfer it out of there, I transfer it into different vessels for dry hopping. I like that. These are things I can handle, Jay. You're speaking my language.
You can do those things.
things to me, they feel like, I'm being serious, they feel like they get complicated so quickly, and they take the fun out of it for me. But something simple like that where I can experiment with different ingredients is perfect.
Well, yeah, and they can get out of control real fast. But if you have the process down, which you're starting to get back again because you're brewing a lot more, it's a lot less daunting because you've done it before, and it's just a slight tweak on what you're doing anyway. Instead of one vessel, it's two.
Right.
You put it in 2 kegs anyway, dry hop both kegs with different hops, and it's the same exact steps.
I like it.
Yeah, and you could do that with a 5-gallon batch and 2 small kegs, or a 10-gallon batch and 2 5-gallon kegs, or however you want to do it.
Yeah.
But on that same kind of note, we have a lot of home brewers and enthusiasts that will bring in their home brews for us to sample. And say, hey, can you try some? Let me know what you think. And we have a lot of people using a lot of hops that I'm just not familiar with. Throughout some of those those big new hops that people are using. One that comes to mind that I've heard some people talking about is Mosaic and things like that.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about these new hops. I'm kind of resting on my laurels right now, and I'm afraid I'm going to get passed up. So I need to kind of start doing some playing around. But a lot of the new hops these guys are bringing in, they're obviously just throwing things in sight unseen without testing them, because some of them are really coarse and some are really good. So there's a lot of investigation to do, and the more and more varieties we get, it just makes it that much more complex to pick and choose what you want to use. We don't feel like we have to have 30 hops in our freezer. So we've got 7 or 8 or 9 varieties that we use for just about everything, and it works out well. But it's daunting when you see all the new varieties and things.
I agree with you that you don't have to necessarily stay cutting edge. I think that you're right in the way you're looking at it. Well, I maybe need to know what's going on and what's out there. I don't want to miss out on making a great beer. But you're making great beer with ingredients that have been around, and heck, some of them aren't even that old. Amarillo, things like that. So, don't fix what's not broken. Also,
that's kind of the point, I guess. Yeah.
Hey, Lori, I just want to point out, since we were making fun of the name a little earlier, too, your logo's awesome. I love the Weasel Boy logo. I'm looking at it on the glassware.
I do like it.
And I think it looks great.
Who drew it for you?
We had a friend of ours in Columbus. He's an architect, and he kind of draws a little bit on the side. And he gave us 2 versions, actually, that one and then a kind of a more serious version. And obviously, we picked the goofy one. And it's actually been great. Folks really take well to the merchandise because of the logo, I believe. And one of our slogans on the back of some of our shirts is "Wet your whistle with a weasel," and
nice.
Certainly brings some humor into it too. So we were very pleased with that. Thank you for saying that.
No, I do. I really like the logo, and it's also making me think about the name too. It's a hell of a lot better than Ferret Boy. Because Ferret Boy is what you get called in high school when you're like the smelly kid with big teeth, right?
Really?
Yeah, sure. You're like, hey, Ferret Boy.
Is that just like local to SoCal?
No, I'm not saying specifically I've heard it, but there's nothing nice about it. It's a degrading.
Who are these people that called you Weasel Boy? Who is it? I want to know.
It would have been Ferret Boy.
Ferret Boy.
But Weasel Boy, it's so much better than Ferret Boy.
It is cute.
And,
it is an endearing name.
And the logo makes it more so.
Yeah.
It's
just stupid.
That is endearing to JP.
Yeah.
All right. Now, listen, the moment I've been waiting for, I have your Anastasia Russian Imperial Stout in front of me. It's a big beer. Not bigger than the last one. It's 8%.
For a Russian, it's the smallest, really.
What is the average Russian Imperial Stout?
Well, most style guides give you like an 8 to 12, or 8 to 12 really is the normal range.
Okay.
That I've seen on most homebrewing guidelines, or even BA guidelines for JBF. That's kind of the normal range. Typically, the English styles were lower, and the American styles are higher.
Okay. Thank you for staying lower. Just from the Brewing Network to you. Thank you.
Well, that's kind of our mantra. Clear across the style, clear across our product line. We like to stay on the modest side of the alcohol ranges. I think it makes for a better drinking and a smoother beer, and obviously you can enjoy a couple more too. So
we agree.
Sure. And 8%, it's plenty. It's really 8%. Plenty.
Yeah, you have 3 of those and haven't had a lot to eat, and you're going, oh my god,
Right.
I would have 3 of these. This beer's ridiculous.
I have had 3 of them. Yeah. I probably had more than that, but I haven't been going anywhere. So
good. That's fine then. You're good. Now, and I haven't tasted it yet, but my notes tell me that this is a recipe from when you were a home brewer.
Yeah, that recipe was probably written in 2000. Yeah, well, actually, it's the first all grain recipe that I actually ever put together. Yeah.
Wow. And is it really this pretty much the same recipe, or exactly the same recipe now?
There is maybe one minor difference. The original homebrew recipe, God knows why, I put wheat in it. Just a small amount, probably for head retention, which is a lot of what we do. A lot of homebrewers do that, just to kind of help with head retention because of the proteins. But when we went into the commercial setting, we decided to drop the wheat out. We slightly altered our dark roasted grain percentages, but not significantly. Just really just to round off in full bags, quite honestly.
Okay, now that makes sense. We've heard about that on the show too. In fact, one of our shows, Can You Brew It? I would always say the brewers that came on, they're like, "Yeah, we don't measure ounces, man. It's a bag of something."
Exactly.
So, okay. And this won the gold medal in 2012 at the Great American Beer Festival, as well as a bronze medal in 2010.
Yes.
And it's the first homebrew recipe, full recipe that you made.
And you won a couple of competitions nationally with this recipe as a homebrewer too, as well, right?
It won a lot of homebrew competitions, and then it took a bronze medal twice in the national homebrew competition.
Okay. And once again, now I've tasted it, you have balanced the hell out of this beer. It's awesome. And now, the parts that shouldn't be balanced, which, in my opinion, you go for a Russian Imperial Stout because it's got some big chocolate and some, not necessarily big roast in an accurate sense, but it's got some roasty notes. It's got some big, unbalanced part to it. But, again, with the high alcohol and the sweetness, it's balanced with the bitterness. It's dessert without being overly sweet.
This needs to be 10 degrees
warmer. Throw some
warmer.
vanilla ice cream in it, then it'll be dessert.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking when I was giving the description. I just didn't want to sound like a big sissy, like I want to have a float. But it would be perfect.
Those at the brewery.
Sorry, you do?
We do. We sell a lot of those in the brewery. We've got a great little ice cream place in Zanesville, Ohio that was named one of the top 10 places in the nation to buy ice cream, and we use their vanilla. It's great.
It's called Dryers.
It would be...
No, it's not. It's called Tom's.
Oh, there you go.
Warm it up.
Plug.
I am. I'm working on that. I tried a cold sip first, and now I'm warming it up. But I love the cold. It has, you've got a nice house flavor, too. And I think that house flavor, you described it best, Jay, by saying that you're not drying it out too much. You're leaving some of those residuals. But the way you're compensating for that is with that balance. And every one of these beers has had it.
That's been the goal. And that really is the goal in every style we make. It sounds kind of stupid sometimes to say a balanced IPA, but there's a difference between an unbalanced American IPA and say something like Two Hearted or Alpha King or something like that. Those are really great balanced American IPAs. There are some that have absolutely no malt at all. It's just like a mouthful of bitterness, and they're not pleasant to drink.
Yeah.
So I think no matter what your style is, there's an achievable balance there, and that's kind of what we strive to do. We're not going for the biggest alcohol. We're not going for in-your-face flavors, whether it's an Imperial Stout or a summer fruit beer. The fruit's going to be balanced with the beer as well. So that's just kind of been our approach from the beginning. We just feel that it's easier to come in and enjoy a few beers without just getting fatigued, as far as palate fatigue or feeling too full or feeling like your mouth's ready to blow up or whatever.
Sure. I think one of the reasons I'm making such a big deal about your particular brand of balance is that lately, and the last year or so, my mantra has been that if people dry out their beers enough, if it ferments low enough, then we can deal with these big flavors. And I think there's a lot of good examples about that. But you're changing my mind a little bit in the sense that I've always said, it's when they leave all that residual sugar behind that I don't want another pint. It might taste, that first sip is wonderful, and every one thereafter isn't. And you're changing my opinion about if you're good at it, you can still leave some of that residual sugar and not just have to dry it out to no end.
Yeah, I agree. This past year, at Great American Beer Festival. The silver medalist was a brand new Imperial Stout from Sierra Nevada, which was unnamed at the time, and then became what the hell did it become? Narwhal, yeah.
Narwhal.
Yeah.
And it was really fun because we got to taste that right there, and I thought, well, this is amazing, you know?
Yeah.
It was noticeably higher alcohol in ours. I think theirs is just a hair over 10, but it was amazing, and we just so happened somehow to have set up an event in Cleveland, Ohio, in October, 2 weeks after GABF. It was scheduled in August, and we were teaming up with Sierra Nevada at a beer tasting for a week-long thing in Cleveland called Cleveland Beer Week. And it was at this really great kind of beer-centric restaurant in just south of downtown, and it was us and Sierra Nevada, which was kind of like David and Goliath. I mean, you know, they're huge, but they invited us. You know, they wanted to team with the Ohio Brewery every year. So it just so happened that 2 weeks after the festival, at the same event, we had the gold and silver medal winning a Russian Imperial Stout, and it was
nice.
just a real treasure to go try them again side by side 2 weeks later in a different setting. And they paired us up with a dessert food truck, and we tasted them with like these awesome chocolate caramel cupcakes, and they were just it was great.
That is great. That is for you. That's got to be just an awesome experience too, because this is a beer near and dear to your heart too. You know.
Yeah, that's kind of it's always great when that one is kind of singled out and appreciated. That's probably. I never say I have a favorite beer, but that's definitely close to my heart for sure. Yeah.
Is there coffee of any form in this beer?
No, that's a 3-grain beer, and that's all it is. It's pale roast and chocolate, and I think it comes from the types of roast and chocolate we use in the combinations. We did some, a lot of research there. I love stouts, so I played with different types of roasted barley and chocolate malts and black malt, and just me to my palate. There's no such thing as black patent malt in my brewery. It doesn't exist in my brewery.
Okay,
thank you. Thank you very much.
And black malt has a great presence in specific situations, but I think black malt can really take over a beer and give you a harsh edge. Chris England, BJCP former education director, did a great series a few years back in Brew Your Own on the different roasted malts, chocolate, black, and roasted barley. Mm-hmm. I just said that, I think. So, and it was fun to see his perspective on it. It was very similar to mine, but black malt's got its place, but I didn't think it belonged in an Imperial Stout, or any stout really. Any of our stouts, they're all chocolate and roast, and then I use varying degrees of color from different maltsters depending on what kind of a stout it is, whether it's more of a smooth American stout, or whether it's a foreign extra, or whether it's a Russian Imperial. So.
But even the chocolate malts can be difficult to use, I think, and lend to some off flavors in too much quantity.
You can use too much.
I think they can. There's about 10% chocolate malt in that beer right there, and about 10% roasted barley. So it's about 20% of the total grain bill. But there again, like I say, I think choosing the right one for what you're doing. I think the more you use, the more you got to be careful with how strong that malt flavor is. Is it a really bold roasty chocolate malt or roasted barley, or is it a little smoother, more chocolatey, have a more rounded flavor to it? And that comes from experimenting, I think, with the malts when you're playing with stouts and things like that. Is because I've seen, let's just say, from a Breeze at like 300 and maybe 55 or something, or possibly a little darker, to a Hugh Baird, which is almost 580, in roasted barley. And now if a recipe just generically says roasted barley, you're going to have two seriously different beers if one of them's Breeze and one of them's Hugh Baird.
Good point.
So I mean, that's something you really have to watch when you're doing that. I think playing with dark roasted grains.
Okay,
that's something that we've really, I think, paid attention to, but yet at the same time to get that big, thick, chewy, absolutely black, opaque beer with plenty of roasted character and plenty of flavor without it taking over. If we'd used, I think, Hugh Baird at that percentage, it would be much more harsh, possibly coming on astringent and acrid. So.
Well, that's an excellent tip, folks at home. Make sure you know what your local homebrew shop or whoever you're ordering from, like our sponsor, More Beer, that you know which chocolate malt they have, which brand. Yeah,
it makes a difference.
Which maltster they have, because that's a good point. I mean, Jay could give us the whole recipe for this, and if you use the different chocolate malt, it's going to be a different beer. You might go, Justin, what's he talking about? He's insane. That beer's undrinkable.
I've taken black roasted barley out of my stout, my oatmeal stout. I took it out.
Okay.
Took it out.
Why, you weren't able to just get that right?
No, because I don't want it.
Okay.
Because I'd rather use the patent and the other dark malts to kind of give a little, acrid note, but not too much, because you can overdo it. And I've had so many stouts that have overdone it. I'm over it.
Okay.
You really think that make a different kind of chocolate malt could render this beer undrinkable? Like it would make that big of a difference?
No. Well, actually, yes, I do, and that's part of why I'm raving about Jay's beers. Is that especially the last two, this Russian Imperial Stout and the double or the Imperial Black IPA, is that they're two styles where the ingredient that you're kind of pushing the envelope, ingredients that you're pushing the envelope with, can easily just turn into an undrinkable beer. You might have a couple sips that taste really nice because it's a big flavor, but as soon as you're over that, the rest of the pint becomes undrinkable. It's too thick, it's too this, it's too bitter, it's too like coffee that sat on the burner for too long. So yeah, I do think that with a beer like this, with what Jay was just mentioning, but a roast between 300 or 5 something could change everything.
Jay, did you ever mess with this recipe when you were a home brewer? Like, did you tweak it and go, nah, the original was the best?
The original one was the best. I did try a couple different things, and in a couple versions I tried, substituting a little bit of Munich in. I tried a couple different yeast strains, but really the original kind of was the best. It was just so simple. Try to get the right balance of the ingredients and let the yeast do the work. I mean, that was kind of what happens in that beer.
So if
Gordon Strong just did you guys have probably seen it in the latest Zymergy. That recipe's in the latest Zymergy. So there you go.
Perfect. Well, I was just going to kind of go through what you've given us here to narrow it in for listeners too, in case they don't have it. But you pretty much narrow some of this down. The OG of this is a 1083 beer. The IBUs are 68, and we could talk specifically about that, but it looks like it's Centennial hops. Ends up at 8%, and so far Jay has told us that it's 3 hops, and that it's just 20% of them is the
3 grains.
3 grains. That's what I meant to say. 3 grains, and 20% is the chocolate. 10% is chocolate, and 10% is the roast. Right? So
roughly, yeah. Probably in the homebrew recipe, it comes out somewhere around 8.5 or 9%, I think, of each.
Okay.
Somewhere around there. It's probably 18 to 19% of the total grain bill. Ours, because rounding to full bags, sometimes I think ours is a little closer to 20. It's like 19 point something. But
got it.
But yeah, I mean, Gordon's got that written down pretty explicitly about how we ferment it out, which appalls people as well because we do ferment the beer warm. So it's kind of a different. We have a little different approach on it. Water's kind of important in the respect that you don't want water that's too hard.
Okay.
You really want a softer water profile for the beer because that really, again, rolls off all that harshness from the dark roasted grains. If the water were too hard, there again, those might come across as really kind of hard and unpleasant. So
it'll dial up that bitterness.
That's another important thing in that beer.
I realized I meant to say patent. There's no. I have roasted barley in my stout, but I've taken the patent out.
I was confused by that because you applauded him for not having patent,
right?
And then said you don't use chocolate. But I thought, well, I don't know. I'll leave him alone.
You should have called me on it. I get those two confused in my head sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, we were just being polite. We thought you'd been drinking too much beer.
Right.
I hate yeast. I'm glad you never. I don't use yeast in my beer. It's the patent that it gets way too astringent and almost charcoaly. If you like charcoal briquette, if you have too much of it.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was my okay. You just said patent. I'm like, or you said roasted barley. I was like, shit, it's the other. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right.
Well, and also tying into what Jay was just saying about the water profile.
Yeah.
That charcoal briquette and chalk and other things are what I don't like about some of these beers, and I think that's what you mean by the harder the water, the more that stuff's going to accentuate too.
Yeah. It definitely will. Yeah.
You need a softer one here.
Soft is good.
Yeah. And, it's not a low amount of IBUs, maybe compared to what we've had tonight, but 68.
I was going to say 45.
It's 68 on this. And again,
that's firm.
There's nothing bitter about this beer. And I love that. No. I love hop character, but there's nothing bitter about it. So, Well done.
Yeah, and I think in the recipe too that Gordon's got in the magazine, it basically says bittering hop of your choice, because it honestly in that beer it just wouldn't matter unless you were using something that just doesn't go away.
Okay.
But in the finishing hops, it's always been Centennial, but it doesn't have a strong presence. But I think if you changed that, it would definitely change the beer. But the bittering edition, you could use anything. You could use Warrior, you could probably use Columbus, you could use Newport, you could use Summit, as far as we're concerned in our brewery. But I think typically what we've been using Galena or Newport. But in the past it was Warrior. At home it was whatever I had. But it was always a Centennial final edition. So
okay. And is the yeast in this beer the same as the other beers we've tried tonight?
Yeah, and that one's probably a little more forgiving. But yeah, I think a nice English yeast really works the best in that, because it kind of it lends to that bittersweet thing. I think you leave some residuals in there. And mostly they're dextrins. They're not unfermented sugars, but they're just dextrins, and your mash temperature all plays in. But you just want a nice balanced wort to go in there that doesn't come out too dry or too sweet either way. Or it just throws everything out of balance. So that's a beer we've been brewing for a long time, and we kind of know what it's going to do. So it's been real consistent for the most part.
Well, I have liked everything about this interview and this experience, except for the fact that we're almost out of beer. What a wonderful sampling you sent us. I really appreciate that.
Well, you're very welcome. You knew when I talked to you I didn't want to do it, but I did.
Yeah, Scott did tell me that. He said but you just were worried about the condition of the beer, right?
Well, hand bottling is not one of my favorite things to do either. So
okay,
I got I don't use counter pressure or anything like that. I got a secret. Lori just went to me.
I thought I heard that. Yeah,
we definitely heard guys?
It. I have a secret process. So
yeah. I heard you cross your arms too while you did it.
Yeah, the secret process. Stick this under the tap, honey, and cap it.
Not quite that crude, but almost.
Well, and maybe your concerns are valid if a beer is going to hang out over time, but this traveled very well, and there are no off flavors, and this would have been a much quieter interview if they weren't genuinely great beers. They're fantastic.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate that.
You're very welcome. Let me get through some listener questions, if you don't mind, before we got to wrap it up here.
Sure.
Well, Lori mentioned the ice cream floats, and somebody else asked about pizza. So I suppose I should ask you guys before I get to the question: Are you a brew pub?
Yes, we are. We're a brew pub. So we're a brewery pizza shop, basically. Yeah.
Okay. So, Spider Wrangler in the chat room had written in. He said, Weasel Boy makes some really good beer-infused pizza. So, bringing the beer back to the baking, do they have plans on adding to what their kitchen offers, or are you just going to stick with the pizza?
Pretty much, we're a pizza shop. It's simple. It's easy. You have an oven. You don't have fryers. You don't have an extensive selection of ingredients to have to get through it. It's just more efficient. I think it's, I should say we talked about this a lot when we went into this part of the business, and it was, simple equaled good. Do something and try to do it as good as you can, and try not to do 30 things. So it just seemed to fit in our philosophy again.
Okay.
And when he says beer infused, we actually use part stout, part water with wheat flour in our crust. That's where that comes from. And we do have salads with fresh local greens and different things as well.
You guys are making me very hungry in this middle of this interview.
Yeah, and that question came from Spider Wrangler, who is the guy who turned me on to you. So thanks, Spider.
Oh, well, he has more questions for you.
Oh.
He knows this. Why is he asking? He just wants to get famous here.
Could be. Well, this one is definitely an insider question. He says,
"What's your shoe size?"
He says there's been a recent push to increase Ohio's ABV limit from 12 to 21%. And he says, not that Jay is necessarily against it, but he has a definite opinion on what direction Ohio legislation should be moving first to help small brewers. What's he talking about, Jay?
Well, we're members of the Ohio Craft Brewers Association, and as an association, we don't have an official stance on this alcohol raising limit. So I want to make that very clear right now.
Okay.
But from our personal standpoint as Weasel Boy Brewing Company and as nothing else, it's just a non-important issue right now. I mean, there are a lot of beer consumers out there that are really pushing for it. You know, they want to see 120-minute worldwide stout. A lot of those big beers, Bourbon County Stout, things that we can't get in Ohio with the 12% limit. I don't have an issue with that. Those are fun beers to enjoy and share. It's not a beer we're ever going to brew. It's not a beer probably 90% of the breweries in Ohio are ever going to brew. So I think me as a brewer in a state like Ohio that really has an up and coming beer scene, I think the legislature is going to be less friendly to something like that. There are some, not really super vocal, but there are some neo-prohibitionist type people out there that will start screaming, blood and death if we have higher alcohol percentages.
Right.
At the same time, those people don't understand that just the cost prohibition is not going to let people do that. I mean, those beers are extremely expensive to purchase and produce, so you're not going to go out and buy a 12-pack of 20% beer and, kill yourself.
Yeah.
But I think as an Ohio brewer, I think it's more important for us to monitor what our legislature is doing as far as, are they going to look for our industry as more of a revenue stream? Are they going to think about taxing us? Are they going to think about, in any way prohibiting any type of sales as far as, are they going to watch growler carry out things? Are they going to do the self-distribution thing? We're allowed to self-distribute in Ohio as a small brewer. Those are the type of things, we're more concerned about. We want to keep an open business climate for the small brewer to succeed. So I don't feel that it's, in my best interest to go into the State House and push an agenda that really doesn't do anything but raise skepticism about what's the point of this. So It's not that I'm against it in the long run, but right now I don't think it's something that I feel that we should be focusing on as an issue. I think there are more important things to worry about that won't draw negative criticism to us and that will, increase our appearance positively and as a great, industry in the state, as a revenue producer, as a tax dollar producer.
Sure.
So those things that I think we're more worried about than worrying about raising the alcohol limit or something like that.
Because that could happen down the road.
Alcohol limit, and obviously it's not a problem. So I think we'll get to that point, but I don't think it's something we should push in our kind of infancy of really a blooming industry.
That's a very well-reasoned argument, and I feel the same way about some of the things that homebrewers bring up about homebrewing laws in different states is don't put the cart before the horse. There's a dozen cliches that match up to this, one step at a time, and I think you're right. You're not saying you're against raising the alcohol level, but you might shoot yourself in the foot by going for big alcohol when what you really mean to do is build a nice environment, a welcoming environment, a well-proven environment that craft beer and craft beer drinkers, we're not looking for 21% beer to get hammered. We're just looking to be able to experiment and make it a popular...
Exactly.
Right. Don't cut your nose off to spite your face.
Or throw
the baby with the bathwater. But it's, I think Jay for Senate. That's what I think.
Right. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Did I have another one? No, I think that's about it for you guys on the listener questions here. Here we go. I missed this one. Do you still make homebrew size pilot batches when you're experimenting?
No.
Okay.
We did that probably within our first year, but pretty much now when we want to make something we haven't made before, unless it's something really obscure, then we'll actually talk to other people and talk about, maybe dosing rates for specific ingredients that we've never used. Like if you're making something with a fruit or with some sort of an additive, like say if you're going to do a coffee beer, which we have not done, but something along that line, I think we would, maybe think about it, but we might just enlist a home brewer to, assist us with it. Once we got the mechanics of our system, the intricacies of our system, and its little quirks and things, and we got to know the grains that we're using, and we know our hop efficiencies and things like that, it really didn't, seem necessary to do it any longer. You pretty much knew what was going to be the result. So we would formulate the recipe with, a cup full of caution to make sure it didn't become too bitter for what we're looking for, or not bitter enough for what we're looking for. So, to try to achieve that balance, we would, just shoot for a target, and then we can tweak slightly if we needed to. But for the most part, the system's pretty predictable in what we can make it do, and we don't branch out and use different malts all the time. We have a core of base malts that we use, and the specialty grains we use are always, something that we have on hand or we've used before, so we know what to expect out of them. And like I say, we're not experimenting with brand new hops or anything like that right now. So
got it. So you got it all dialed in. You don't need that pilot system.
Yeah, it hasn't been necessary. If we were doing something totally off the wall, it would.
Okay. Well, you guys have been wonderful. We're about out of time. We got a ticket giveaway to do. But, Lori, I want to point out now that after all this time and listening to both of you speak, we know that you're really the smart one.
Oh, yeah, right.
We can tell.
I'm still bitter, though.
We can tell where the wheels of this operation lie.
Yeah, I will point out, though, that we are a team. We are a brewing team. A lot of people mistakenly say I'm the brewer and, just kind of leave her out. But, Brew Day is a 50-50 team effort. So it's not, me or her. It's both. So it's important to have that.
Yeah, and I have to say I've learned a lot from him in these 6 years.
Well, I wish you two luck. You sound like a hard-working family. I know that you still have your other job, Lori, and unless you absolutely love it, I wish you enough success that you can get out of that one, too.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. And thank you both. I think you shared some good information, and thanks so much for sharing the beer, because we would not have gotten the whole Weasel Boy story without trying this beer. You're really doing something exceptional. So
absolutely.
Thanks for that.
Well, thank you. We really appreciate being on, and we appreciate being asked. So we look forward to seeing you guys around.
Yeah, we'll probably look for you at GABF now.
There we
I'll be
go.
going straight to the Weasel Boy table now.
But we'll definitely be there again, unless, I fall off a cliff or something.
Right. I don't wish that upon you. Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate your time, and good luck to you.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers. Bye, Lori. Thanks.
See ya.
There you go.
That's awesome.
Jay and Lori Wince. And I love it when we have a brewery on here that I don't know about that just blows my mind with their beer. It's the most fun kind of tasting experience for me.
Yeah.
Because the expectations aren't there. You get one of these breweries that I'm a fanboy of. You get a Firestone in here, and I'm already expecting to love it. And it's so nice to get these ones that just blow my mind. I have no idea who they are.
Yeah, it gives me hope for the craft beer movement.
Yeah.
That not everything has to be over the top or out of balance and extreme West Coast style, a monster of a thing. Some things can be balanced and super delicious.
It was good stuff.
Yeah, I love it.
All right, let me get us to break. When we come back, we're giving away Firestone Walker tickets. Get ready, 888-401-BEER. You need to call in and tell us, what are you willing to let us do to you to get tickets to the Firestone Walker Beer Festival? We'll be back after this break.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Have you ever been stuck with a last-minute brewing question? Maybe on a new piece of equipment or a recipe kit you haven't tried before. The Brewmeister knows how that feels and is here for you. The Brewmeister prides themselves on personal service and advice to all of their customers, whether in-store or online. The Brewmeister is a full-fledged home brew store, too, with all the ingredients and gear you need to make great beer and wine. You'll be glad you visited shopbrewmeister.com or one of their stores in Roseville or Folsom when you need to pick up the phone and get your brewing questions answered fast. Visit shopbrewmeister.com right now and see the personal difference the great team at the Brewmeister have to offer. If you visit today, use coupon code BNARMY and get 10% off your first order. Some conditions apply. The Brewmeister, personal service and advice with exceptional quality. Shopbrewmeister.com.
Do you know the three most important rules in brewing? Sanitation, sanitation, and sanitation. And no one does it better than 5-Star Chemicals. 5-Star knows sanitation. You can only sanitize clean equipment. And 5-Star knows how to clean, too. For craft brewers and home brewers, 5-Star has what you need to keep your fermenters, serving tanks, kegs, and draft lines sparkling and free of any beer-spoiling bacteria. PBW, caustic, acid cleaners, Star Sand, SaniClean, lubricants and defoamers, pH stabilizers, and more. 5-Star Chemicals has cleaning supplies, safety supplies, heat exchangers, pumps, hoses, and valves. And 5-Star is proud to offer eco-friendly products that exceed customer expectations. If you have a cleaning problem, you need the 5-Star solution. Visit 5starchemicals.com or call 800-782-7019. 800-782-7019 and get the 5-Star treatment today.
That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contract, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states. Plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small. Single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere. Holy f***ing shit! NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
Tonight is the night.
We bring the creature to life, Dr. Blitzmingstein?
Yes, J.P. Gore. Everything is perfect for my next fermented creation.
My doctor, the storm is too far away. We'll never have enough power to isomerize the creature's alpha acid.
Yes, J.P. Gore, we will. For I have in my possession the Tower of Power.
Blickman's new Tower of Power is the evolution of automation. Control hot liquor, sparge, and mash temps like a pro. The Tower of Power is a high-quality gas-fired rim system that works with your current brewing setup. With ultra-precision, the tower can hold your mash to 1/2 of a degree Fahrenheit. Precision and repeatability. The Tower of Power is the answer to automatic, fast ramp times. See more at BlickmanEngineering.com. Bring your next creation to life with the Tower of Power.
Dr. Blitzmingstein, with the Tower of Power, you can probably give me an afternoon at the pub to enjoy a pint.
Don't be silly, J.P. Gore. We have beer to brew.
BN Army, HopTech has a great discount waiting for you. Do you often find it difficult to find specific specialty ingredients for your home brew recipes? Well, listen to this. HopTech stocks 59 different grains to choose from, 39 varieties of pellet hops, and 8 kinds of whole leaf hops. And HopTech not only carries Y yeast and White Labs yeast for you, but also Fermentus, 04, 5, 6, 23, 33, and T58 Belgian yeast, plus Cooper's, Nottingham, and Windsor yeasts. Got your recipe ready to go? Pick up some great brew gear like new long and short sleeved shirts, games, and more. HopTech's new website is being updated every day with new items. If you don't see it, call the shop. They're open 6 days a week. BN Army and AHA members get a 10% discount, and active military personnel get 15% off. Visit HopTech.com today for great selection, great service, and a great discount. HopTech.com.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
You were drunk and you were sorry. touch me with your warmness, or have I wet myself again? Are you drinking with me, Jesus? I can't see you very clear. If you're drinking with me, Jesus, won't you buy a friend a beer? Well, does your head pound with the masses? Hands hung over, you do rise. Tell me, what does heaven look like, Jesus? Seen through holy bloodshot eyes. Or should we take a taxi home, Jesus? Or should we simply hope it from here? I know you can walk on the water, but can you walk on this much beer? Are you drinking with me, Jesus? I can't see you very clear. If you're drinking with me, Jesus, won't you buy a friend a beer? Are you drinking with me, Jesus? I can't see you very clear. If you're drinking with me, Jesus, won't you buy a friend a beer? God damn it, won't you buy a friend a beer? Jesus, 6 pounds to go. Anything you do for our healthy
beer. This is the session.
Thank you for sticking with us, and welcome back to the program. A special thanks to Weasel Boy Brewing once again. Jay and Lori Wince for being on the program and spreading the information about wonderful balanced craft beer. That was a good time, and they did a good job, I think, of talking beer with us. But right now, it's Firestone ticket giveaway. 888-401-BEER. Call in right now. I see we got a call on there already. 888-401-BEER. What you're doing is letting us know, what will you allow us to do to you the day of the festival to earn those tickets? You might have to walk away around all day branded or something else. What are your ideas? We've got 2 tickets to the Firestone Walker Invitational. Matt Brynelson, the brewer, is on the phone right now. Hey, Matt, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Good evening. How are you?
I'm doing great, and I have an interesting story for you that I think you're going to like, Matt.
Oh, no.
Well, a couple.
What did I do now?
You didn't do anything. It turns out, I went to the Southern California Homebrew Festival a couple weeks ago, and on our way back, like I'll always do when I'm traveling 101, I stopped at the brewery, and I had lunch over at there's a new restaurant bar, which is badass, by the way.
Yeah.
And then leaving, Kate the Great and I went to grab some growlers and some cases of the 805 beer that you make, which I want to talk to you about too. But as we're walking in, I see this chick with a baby car carrier thing, a baby in one hand,
car seat,
and 2 growlers in the other hand. And from across the street, I'm like...
That's how we roll in Paso.
Yeah, and I'm like, that chick's a badass right there.
Yeah.
And Kate the Great goes, that chick is Allison Brynelson. And Allison was there with new baby Brynelson, trying to get in the door with 2 growlers in one hand and a baby in the other. Yeah. She's a badass.
Well, you can't go to like a mommy party without some growlers.
Yeah, not when you're the wife of Firestone.
Right.
Yeah, we got an image to keep up around here, even if I'm out of town.
I tell you, I had no idea. My only thought was, I love this woman. She's a badass. And then we realized it was Allison.
What's going to happen when she's eventually double-fisting babies? How's she going to carry growlers?
Hey, I don't know that that's going to happen. I think we had the perfect baby. He looks like he's going to be a brewer.
Right.
He's got all his digits. I think we're done.
In other news, the baby is already taller than Matt.
and has a bigger beard. Or actually, like the little guy was born without a beard, so I started like questioning whether the milkman was involved.
Yeah, you're like, wait a second. No, but I did. I had no idea. I just thought it was so fitting. It just makes me even more of a fan of the brewery to find out that it was Alice, and I thought it was cool. So before we get into the Beer Fest, and 888-401 Beer, if you want a chance to win 2 tickets to the Firestone Walker Invitational, we're going to be there. It's the best fest on the West Coast. Probably after Winterfest that we do, but
easily.
I mean, it's such a great festival. Before we talk about that, one of the reasons I always stop into the brewery now to come back is to pick up 805.
God love that beer.
By Firestone, which it's only available in your 805 area code. Is that right, Matt?
Yeah, I think that over the course of the next year or two, we're going to push it out into the Central Valley. So it will leave the 805 eventually, but right now it's just available in Ventura, Santa Barbara, and SLO County. And that it's actually a style, or it's a beer that we've been playing around with for more than 10 years, so we're super comfortable brewing it. And if you were going to try to pin a style on it, it's a blonde ale or a golden ale.
Okay.
We use a fair amount of Gambrinus honey malt is the secret weapon. I shouldn't be saying that, I suppose, but it's too late.
Okay.
And it's so there's a very small malt house up just over the border in Canada called Gambrinus, and it's a German maltster who for some reason in Canada, I'm not really sure what the story is there, but
right.
he makes this malt that they call honey malt, and it literally has honey essence, and it's a malt that we played around with for a while. So that's kind of the signature note, and then it uses 100% Willamette Valley grown Willamette hops, and so it's relatively simple, but it's a really nice take to the beach kind of beer. And we've got a new graphic design guy who joined our company, Andy, who put together this 805 label. We kind of threw it out there, and it just took off like a rocket ship.
Oh yeah.
And but it's been fun. It's cool to, I feel as though it's a beer that plays to folks that might not otherwise try a craft beer, and has led a lot of folks to Firestone and create a lot of excitement locally. And yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I'll tell you what I don't like about it.
Yeah.
Is that Bakersfield. I can't stand Bakersfield getting a beer before us. There's something wrong about that.
I see.
But you know what? What's funny is like the 41 and the 46 are the highways that lead east-west from the Central Valley into Paso Robles. And so those folks that live out there, this is their vacation land. They come over here to taste wine, or they go to the beach, they go down to Pismo.
Oh, yeah.
And so this is the playland for the Central Valley, and there's got to be, I think, 3 or 4 million people that live just, a Frisbee toss over the hill there from us that drink a lot of Firestone. And it's hot over there, man, so these type of styles of beers work well.
That's a good point. Yeah. It's such an awesome beer. The label, all your labeling is awesome now. I know he's doing adjustments on a few things, and all your branding looks great from the graphic.
We just released, actually, this last week, something I'm super stoked about right now is the Pilsner.
Pivo Pils. Yeah, dude.
I love
and
we've
had it out on draft for a little bit, testing the market, but we just did our first bottle release, and the packaging for that is outstanding. We've got glassware for it. I mean, I probably said this before, but Firestone's one of those breweries that every time we kind of take a leap forward in growth, rather than simplify our portfolio or start dumbing everything down, we do really zany things with our profits, like brew Pilsner, which doesn't make a lot of logical sense for a large brewery because it ties up tanks forever. And then on top of that, we're dry hopping that Pilsner. So,
wow.
We just made a simple style, or I shouldn't say a simple style, a difficult, simple beer, much more difficult to make. And then the other thing that was born this year out of kind of, a need to make our lives more difficult was Barrel Works down in Bealton. So we started the whole sour beer program down there. And so there's a lot of crazy stuff going on right now.
I can't wait for the sour program to get its legs.
Yeah, Nate and I stopped there on the way back from Southern California Homebrew Festival.
Oh, yeah.
Checked it out. Yeah, it had just opened. It was like 11:04 a.m., so there wasn't anybody there, but it's brand new and beautiful.
I had forgotten about it like an idiot. Well, we were just so focused on the prize of getting to the Firestone Brewery for lunch. We were hungover, and we just wanted a beer and lunch that I forgot about the barrel.
I didn't even know about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of quietly opened that. We have a 7,000 square foot space in Buellton that was originally built to be a brewery, and later it became a bonded wine storage area with temperature control. So it's a perfect place to do secondary fermentation of barrel-aged beers there. And it's far enough away from Paso that it cannot wreak any havoc, I don't think, unless the wind is blowing really strongly on our beers. The only problem is that our quality manager, Jim Crooks, whose last 12 years, his life has been to protect our beers from Brettanomyces, Stiococcus, and Lactobacillus, has now been turned to the sour side, and now his complete 100% focus is on barrel work. So I lost my quality manager to sour beer, but I think in the end it'll all work out just fine.
Yeah, that'll happen.
You should probably offer psychological evaluations to the poor guy. He's got it beaten into him.
Jim Cooks is certifiably sour already. It's no problem. It's already been done.
Perfect. Well, everything you guys are doing, I am such a fan all the time, and this 805 is just one that I really like. A lot of people talking about session beers now. I know JP's happy about that. This is akin to me. I've always liked this session from Full Sail, but this is like session for
better people,
for people who like hops and people who like
for California people, rather than session for
better people. That's what I said,
right?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not so far different. They're not apples and oranges, but 805 is just dialed in on the hop crispness, and it's got, I think, to me, just a slightly better malt flavor, all while being a 4.7% beer.
I'll tell you what I think the difference is. The 805 is focused.
Okay,
I'm not really a big fan of the session beer because it seems a little too complex. The too many malt kind of things going on. But this is just focused. You got the malt and you got the hops, and it's easy drinking. And there you go. And it's under 5%.
Yep,
which I love.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, it was. We used a lot of high power science and technology to try to formulate a beer that you will drink a 6-pack before you even think you've cracked a single bottle.
I love that.
Sounds awesome.
This is the way our science and technology should be spent. Forget about cancer, everybody.
Yeah, we don't need to go to Mars. Who wants to live underground on Mars? I want to drink good beer.
Right. All right, let's do this. We're giving away 2 tickets to the Firestone Invitational. We'll have Matt tell us about it. But first, I got a couple people on the phone. So, Matt, what we've devised is that, as always, we prefer to humiliate people.
Humiliate our fans.
Before we reward them. And so we thought the way to win 2 tickets to the sold-out Firestone Walker Invitational is that the listeners have to tell us what they're willing to let us do to them on that day.
And I don't think people realize how much these tickets are worth. I mean, I literally had to tell my mom she can't go because those tickets are so sold out.
Oh, no.
That's just mean.
Yeah. So the callers who are calling in, you better have some good ideas.
They wouldn't let your mother go?
Well, meanwhile, Matt needed a babysitter that day.
Right.
Oh, how
you can come to town, but...
You figured me out.
Right. So 888-401-BEER. Listen, we're fair and honest here. We're not going to break any laws.
No, we just might cut a digit off. You never know.
But we would like to know what you're willing to let us do to you to win 2 tickets to the Firestone Walker Invitational. Let's go first to Casey. Casey, what's happening, man?
Just listening to the session.
All right, turn that radio down in the back for me. And you're available and looking to go to the Firestone Walker Invitational?
I am, but by available you mean to the thing, right? Not that other stuff.
Well, like I said, we won't do anything illegal, and
damn.
Most of us have significant others, so
if it hurts you, this will hurt you on the outside, not the inside, like that other thing will.
Oh no.
Yeah. So don't worry about that.
So Casey, tell us, what are you willing to let us? What's your idea? What can we do to you for these tickets?
My idea is to let you guys read the most embarrassing of my Facebook posts to the people in line and at the event to them.
I like this idea if, in fact, your Facebook posts are pretty embarrassing.
Well, but
also...
yeah, go ahead, JP.
I think Scott and I are on the same track. Sandwich board. He needs to wear the sandwich board with his most embarrassing post for everyone to read. Otherwise, who's going to follow him around like a friggin' town crier?
Yes, and we get to decide what the most embarrassing posts are.
Yes, this way you don't have to actually do the reading. Casey will display it.
Right.
Yes.
Susie?
Okay, yeah.
If it's not embarrassing at all, can we write him the most embarrassing Facebook status?
Yes.
I was going to say, you just make one up.
I don't know. I've done a pretty good job.
I feel like we should have access to his like Facebook chat messages and pull the most embarrassing, because there's inevitably a girl and who doesn't call him enough.
No, that's not going to work out. I don't know about the chat thing. That's,
we found the one that's valuable. Listen, the ones we make up could be worse than your chat.
I'm okay with the made-up ones, though. That's yeah.
Okay,
that's not bad. I like it.
We see what you're willing to do.
I do have one.
Yeah. I
have one thing to say to Matt, though.
Go ahead.
Parabola is fucking awesome.
Yay. Give him the tickets.
Right.
Wow, Matt, you're easy. Your son's going to walk all over you.
I got 4 of those in my fridge, dude. That shit is awesome.
Thanks, man.
I have 4 propping up my couch.
All right, Casey, you're now in the running. Let's see what the other listeners are willing to do. Let's go to Joe.
Why don't we get a tattoo artist over there? I think that would be really a simple way to...
Oh, man.
See, Matt gets it.
See, I'm into that, too. If someone comes on and says we're willing to get a hop grenade or Matt Brynelson's face tattooed across the middle of their back... I'm in.
What if they get a tattoo of Allison carrying a baby in a growler?
Oh, man.
That's a violation.
What if the baby's carrying growlers?
Yeah, let's stick with the hop grenade, idiots.
I don't need some guy hunting me down 10 years from now because he's got this ugly face of mine on his back.
Right. I want it to be a tramp stamp, too. It's got to be down in the...
Oh, no.
It's got to be down at the... If someone's going to do the hop grenade, it has to be a hop grenade tramp stamp. All right, let's go to Joe. Joe, what are you willing to do for tickets to Firestone, man? What can we do to you?
Well, I think it's what I can do for you guys. We buy you all the whatever beer you guys want to drink.
You'll buy us beers.
I'll tell you what. I got a name, but I can't think of much I want you guys do to me.
That's a good point.
Well, listen.
So it's pretty scary.
We have all of the best beers in the country available to us for free at the Firestone Walker Beer Festival. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you can compete with that.
I don't think I can at all, but it's worth a shot. I couldn't come up with much else.
So no hop grenade tramp stamp tattoo for you?
Probably not. No. Any other ideas?
Can JP write on your forehead, "I'm JP's bitch"?
No, probably not.
No, I don't think you want to go to this festival.
I don't think he does either.
Joe,
it's pretty lame.
You're too nice for us jerks, Joe.
Yeah, I probably am. But you guys are corrupting me, so it's good.
All right, slow. Yeah, call back in 2 years. He'll be ready for anything. He's like, just set me on fire.
You can kill me.
All right, Joe. Thanks for calling, buddy.
Right, thanks.
All right. I feel bad not giving it to nice people.
Yeah, I kind of do too.
But whatever. 888-401-BEER. I do believe so far Casey's in the lead because at least we get to embarrass him by making him wear a sandwich board with our Facebook posts on it. We don't even have to make them up. We can just take all of JP's posts and put them on there.
Hey, my posts are gold, and you know it.
I suppose they're not embarrassing. He just would come off as the angry guy.
That's true. That's true.
888-401-BEER. We'll give it a couple more minutes. So tell us about the fest this year, Matt.
So you were there last year. You got a kind of feel for it. We last year had a little over 30 different breweries, all handpicked. Predominantly good friends of mine or brewers who we were, really excited about and being innovative and people we felt really kind of upheld the the craft brewing feel and vibe. And we had kind of a unanimous response to our invites. We had breweries from all over the country and a few internationals. We had Three Floyds pouring Dark Lord and Zombie Dust. We had Bell's showing up with some of their rare beers. We had Boulevard. We had McKellar coming over from Denmark. So you get a feel for it. And this year, we invited a few others. We have Brewery de la Seine, which is one of the great craft breweries from Brussels, coming. Yvonne Debates is a brewer who has spent time at Cantillon and some others, and he's just a really good guy. He's coming over. Agostino from Birrificio Italiano, which is one of my favorite Italian brewers. He makes a beer called Tipo Pils, and that was the inspiration for Peeble Pils, actually.
Oh, nice.
So he's coming all the way over to pour some Tipo Pils for us. Surly Brewing from Minnesota signed on. We're really excited about them coming. And then, the same cast of characters from last year, so we still have Three Floyds. We have Revolution from Chicago. We've got, kind of the who's of brewing. So, we're really honored to host all these guys and have them come and pour their beers. And we kept the ticket sales low again. It's only 3,000 folks allowed into the Pastoral Ovals Event Center.
Wow.
We have more chefs added on, so more than a dozen chefs cooking food that's beer-friendly. That's part of the price of admission. And we've got, I think, 3 different bands that are going to be playing during the day, including Hot Buttered Rum and a couple others. So it's all my favorite things: good food, good music, good beer, and good people.
Did you ask anybody that was like, nah, we'll pass?
Right.
No, although, and I don't really want to call him out, but 2 years in a row we asked Garrett Oliver from Brooklyn.
Never heard of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, never heard of him. But, he's traveling, so, his schedule, you've got to get on a schedule like 5 years in advance. And the rules for engagement are that you can't send a sales rep or, one of your lackeys or something like that. We need the brewer to come and pour their beer. So that's part of the deal. So if he can't come and pour his beer, then he's going to have to wait, I guess.
Right. So in 2022...
And I love Garrett to death, so I'll invite him again like next year.
Yeah. Right. One of these years, so in 2022, he'll be wearing a spacesuit because he loves suits.
Embroidered.
And he will show up to the Firestone Invitational.
He'll show up when we invent, like, teleporting, and he can just be everywhere all the time.
Yeah. That is pretty ruthless. Like, if Garrett Oliver can't get in, like, even his brewery can't get in.
If he can't show up, he can't be there.
I love the adherence to the rule.
The rule is a good rule.
Yeah.
We don't.
I think that makes the fest what it is. Right. I mean, you get to meet, all these brewers. You get to ask the questions, and the brewers are just totally into it because they get to meet all their, it's another networking experience, and so it's pretty cool.
Sure. Well, it really was an awesome fest. I spent most of my time in the stage area, but the weather is perfect and the location is perfect, and we got to camp there with the brewers. That was very nice of you guys. And you know what? The crowd was awesome. At a lot of these events that we go to, especially if we're doing kind of brewer interviews over in the corner, we get a really small percentage of the beer nerds to come over. But at the Firestone Fest, there's so many good beer people. We got a bunch of that festival coming over to listen to interviews with the brewers that we did. I mean, our seating area was full the whole time. And so
awesome.
I just mean that even the caliber of guests that are going to your fest they make it more fun because everybody there, they're really beer people. It's it's a coveted ticket for beer folks. So I love it. So we'll be there. We're not getting other phone calls. People don't want to do crazy shit for us. So Casey might have gotten off easy with a little Facebook sandwich board.
Well, I think if he's the default winner, then we can make up stuff for him besides the sandwich board. The chat can make up stuff for him. If he's the winner, I think we should be able to pull it off better than him.
Well, if you mean what we write on the sandwich board, I'm with you, but I don't think it's fair to just make up things. He's the guy. He had an idea. It's the Joe called in and didn't have a good crazy idea. I say we.
Oh no, what do you mean? He offered to buy you a pint.
Right. I say we give it to Casey, but he's got to honor it. And the deal is, if he chickens out in the next week or so, we're going to do this. We're just going to do caller number whatever until we'll just give it away easy.
Because we already have changed it. He wanted us to read his Facebook post. Now we're making him wear a sandwich board with our made-up Facebook post.
But he agreed to that.
Yeah.
So,
can he at least be a Nutters Like stuff like that. Like, could we at least have Nutters in
He could come back and argue
fright
like
wig?
Nobody else called for the tickets except for Joe, and you want to put me in Nutters?
Yeah, but he won't.
We are getting other calls in right now. Actually,
I kind of liked Joe. I'll buy you a beer.
All the beer you can drink.
No, we already will have plenty of beer. All right, well, I gotta go.
All the beer you can drink at a beer fest that you're getting into because you're working it, and I'll get into because I'm free. So I can buy you free beer is what he really said.
All right, let's go to Riggs on line 2. Riggs, what's
Spill
happening?
the drink.
Yo, hello, who's this?
What are you willing to let us do to you?
What?
Well, it's what I can do for you guys. So I'm just thinking maybe I could just learn how to do the Carlton Banks dance and make a fool of myself.
Would you be willing to do it in Nutters and a
Speedo,
a tied up hot grenade shirt? You know how like in the 80s when they used to tie the bottoms, they show the belly, and we cut off the sleeves, and so you're in full BN regalia, but you look like a douchebag. Can we do that?
I don't know about that.
How about
you don't even have to wear it all day. You just have to get up on. He said he already has tickets. He's trying to get 2 more for his homie. You just have to do it on stage, like quickly.
At least do the truffle shuffle.
Yeah. Well, if you already got tickets, why are you wasting my time? Get out of here.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Casey. Stu is on line 3. Stu, what are you willing to do, buddy?
Whatever it takes. I can't believe people aren't
now we're
to put it
talking.
out there a little more.
You hear that? See, now we're talking.
Yeah.
See, Stu gets it.
How about we should get one of those airbrushers, you know, that they do like the swimsuits on the ladies or whatever?
Yeah, painted on swimsuits.
Yeah, but he could do like airbrush design on the back or the belly, because you know, what's this guy's name?
Stu.
He has a big belly, you know it. Right?
It's not a huge belly, but yeah.
Okay, it might not be a boulder, but it's no six-pack, you know what I mean?
Now
Can we airbrush a cat on it?
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a six-pack under there somewhere.
Now we have to hire an airbrusher.
Well, I could do. I would need to borrow airbrush equipment.
Can't we just
why don't you just make a cutout and bring a can of spray paint and you just spray it on
right?
there.
See, that's what I'm talking about. We just paint him.
Tag him.
Here's what I want. I want a hop grenade on one side, and I love Matt Brennelson on the other side.
Oh man, you're going to take up 3 lines for his last name.
That goes all the way around. Yeah. Stu, are you willing to walk around all day like that?
I'd be willing to do that.
So,
see, now we need to make up.
I'd do that. I'd do a hop grenade.
You do what? Sorry.
A hop grenade tattoo.
Will you do it as a tramp stamp?
Yeah.
Wow. Done.
Like a permanent tattoo?
If you,
wait.
If you tell me you'll get a permanent tramp stamp of the hop grenade, I will give you 2 tickets right now.
I will absolutely do that. I just hope the tattoo artist has some electric clippers.
Well, dude, I love it. It's even better.
Oh my god!
I'll tell you what.
A happy trail.
All right.
Oh, he can cut a hole in his sweater that is his lower back hair.
Here's the deal. Here's what you have to do.
Wiping his butt must be terrible.
You have to choose your own tattoo artist, and just before the fest, before enough so that the hair doesn't grow back, and you have to show up with the tramp stamp, and then we will hand you your tickets. 2 tickets to the Firestone Fest.
Okay.
This is a man right here.
Nice.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Let me just... I want you to stay on the line because Casey was back on 4. I got to give him the chance to outdo you. Casey, you hear what's going down here? No, Casey? Did Casey drop? He's like, F that. I'm out of here.
I think he gave him a heart attack.
He's like, these guys are weird.
Guess we lost. Yeah,
you win.
He's like, fuck it. Back hair can have it.
Should we give other people a chance to beat that?
Yeah, of course we should.
Yeah.
We got another. Is this a different Matt on line 2, Suze? Let's go to
Yes.
Matt on line 2. What are you willing to do? We got a tramp stamp going on here. Can you beat it?
I can beat that.
Ooh, confident.
Wow.
Confident.
My nipples got hard.
Yeah.
I hope so.
All right, go ahead and put the lotion in the basket, please.
I won't.
What do you think? What are you willing to do?
I will let you paint anything you want on me. I will walk around shirtless, pantsless, whatever.
Well, we don't want anyone to lose all this good food when they see you. You know what I mean?
If we can't violate the fest,
it's not really an idea. It's just like I'm a blank canvas, man.
Well, listen,
I gotta walk around with my thumb up my ass.
That would have worked 2 phone calls ago, because we'd have been great. We'll paint all sorts of things, but just imagine a big hairy back walking around with one tiny cutout near his rear end with a hop grenade on it.
I never said that my entire back is hairy. It's just the area directly above the ass.
Well, that's even better.
It's just a little tramp stamp. We're not making you too much, are we?
Yeah, it's just it's just a little
permanent,
just a little permanence. Yeah.
So Matt,
it's gonna be covered up in 2 days.
You want to walk around with paint on you, but this man will be permanently scarred for life.
Right.
I will let you brand me with the BN logo.
Oh,
right there.
Brand?
You mean like the real hot iron brand?
Yeah, like cattle.
You know what?
I would do it.
Matt, I'll tell you why Matt is a fucking genius. Because there's no way in hell that we, as the Brewing Network, could ever get our shit together enough to have someone make us a brand in that short amount of time.
I don't know. I'm semi-motivated right now.
I know, but there's no way. We're too lazy. We'll do it tomorrow.
So the way that would have to go down is
painfully.
I would want it to happen on stage. I want everyone to enjoy the moment with us.
See the power. Man, I don't have insurance for this.
To see the power that we have.
I just want everyone to know. Matt, think of the publicity for your fest.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care, man. I'll do it.
How about scarring?
Oh, it's a great idea, but I think Matt's right. We can't do it there. But not doing it there
means to do it there.
Well, it's just not as fun, because then he just shows up. Well,
we would need to have some sort of EMT nearby in case he goes into some sort of weird shock.
Well, we can't do it there anyway. So he's got to do it on his own.
Well, we could do it like, around the corner.
It's out back.
Yeah.
We'll just go to Matt's yard and do it.
Yeah, let's go to Matt's house, man.
It would be one of a kind, wouldn't it? No one has a hop grenade brand, as far as we know.
I hope not.
Yeah, but also nobody has a tramp stamp that's a dude.
Right.
Or a chick, for that matter.
Right. Bevo's is about 12 inches too high for a tramp stamp.
Maybe she just has a really high ass crack.
She does. His name's Sam.
I'm a thin guy, man.
I got to think about this one, because it's intense to get a brand. I mean...
And from...
Why is
just
it?
think about it. You ever been burned?
Yeah.
Why is it different than a tattoo, though? Really?
You're burning a thing.
A tattoo isn't exactly a pleasant experience either.
No, but
I'd much rather do the tattoo than a brand.
Really? It's over instantly, though, the brand. The tattoo takes 45 freaking minutes.
Have you ever burned yourself and it stopped hurting instantly?
Yeah, nothing stops instantly.
Yeah, that
after
pulsating, dull pain that you can't get away from, and then everyone's going to poke it all day.
Blisters, and it's all gnarly. Where are you willing to... We can do it anywhere?
Anywhere.
On your cheek like the beast?
What about on your neck?
Man.
We'll just cauterize your artery
what are you,
here, and then you'll
prison?
die.
Right now, he's calling us from county. He's like, I don't give a... Go for it.
Yeah. There's an incoming collect call from an inmate in a California state penitentiary.
Matt, where do you live right now?
I'm not giving you my address for this. Are you talking to me?
No, not the Matt who's willing to get branded. Not the Matt who's a respectable U.S. citizen. Where do you live right now, branding Matt?
I live in New York, but I'm going to be out in San Francisco. So,
how many brands do you have already?
None.
How many holes in your body do you have?
None. Just a high tolerance for pain.
Wow. And he sounds all creepy,
Which
too.
Which is why he's going to San Francisco.
I feel like he's going to get branded, and then he's going to cut off that part of skin and mail it to me.
In like a crushed velvet wrapping. Some velour.
Well, hardcore-wise, your idea is better, but logistically, I don't know how to make it happen.
So a tattoo would be cool, but a brand would not, as far as doing it at the fest. Is that right?
No.
Think about how far I'm willing to go.
Well, but you have to go that far. I mean, just telling me you're willing. I mean, it's like JP telling me he's going to get on a plane.
I'm going to get on a plane.
It might, or it may happen. It also probably won't.
Just put a stick in my mouth and I'll do it.
I don't understand.
He wants something to bite on while it's happening.
Yeah.
Thank you, Moscow. He's like, I've been to the same S&M club.
Don't worry.
That's what you do.
I speak fluent retard.
Oh, boy. Well,
I really want to see him get branded.
I do, too.
Here's what's going to happen. If I choose you, you got to go get the branding done yourself, because unfortunately we can't do it at the fest because Matt's a pussy. So you got to, if you
also find the nearest cattle farm.
Yeah, and then you got to show up with it. And if you don't have it when you get there, I'm not going to be nice and go, oh well, here's your tickets anyway.
Well, actually, let me think about this for a second, because the event, it goes to the Pioneer Association, all of the proceeds, which is a local organization that is all about Passo's history, which is all about cattle ranching.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I can find a cowboy to brand this guy.
Oh, now we're talking.
You see, now we are talking.
But it can't happen at the fest.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
It's got to happen off campus somewhere.
If it could happen off campus, as long as he showed up with it and I can put him on stage and show the world, and he also has to be able to walk around, showing it off all day, then I think he's our winner.
Yeah.
But we need to confirm, Matt. So
I don't know how the hell we can do this legally.
Well, people get branded all the time. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I think.
That's satisfied now.
Why don't we do this? We're gonna get some legs out of this contest. Matt and Stu are both in the running for these tickets. Stu, as of this moment, you're the runner-up. If we can figure out how to get Matt branded outside of the fest, and then he walks around in the fest with his big hop grenade brand all day, then he's going to win it. I'm just being honest. But
good luck with that.
But there's still a chance for you. I am willing to name you our official runner-up right now. You will be the winner, but you got to do the tat. Like I said, you got to show up with it, with your little patch of disgusting hair all shaved off, and your hop grenade tramp stamp right there, and you got to walk around all day showing it.
Well, absolutely, dude. How big do you want this tramp stamp to be?
Cantaloupe.
No, I'll be, about the size of a fist, maybe a little smaller. It can't be the size of a dime, all right?
The size of an actual grenade.
Yeah, perfect.
All right.
I'm not talking henna here, buddy.
I don't know. No, real deal.
Okay. Matt Brynelson, you and I are going to have to talk offline about this and see what we can work out over the next week. And when we come back on the show next Tuesday, we'll have an answer of who our winner is. But Firestone Walker Fest goers, you're either going to see a brand
or a tattoo
or a tramp stamp on old hairy ass over here. And I think we just enhanced your festival tenfold, Matt.
Yeah, I'm real excited.
Right.
Think of all the good press we're going to get.
I'm so glad I don't ever run these ideas by the people we work with before we execute them.
I'm trying to find a
place.
place.
Like the drunk show. It's reminiscent of the drunk show.
Yeah, it's just like a recurring nightmare for you, Matt, every time you come on here. All right, that's the deal. Brand Matt and Tramp Stamp Stu. You guys are in the running, and we'll get back to you during next week's show.
Awesome. Looking forward to it.
Well done, gentlemen. You really brought it strong here, and I appreciate your efforts.
Thank you.
Oh, nothing but respect for these people.
Since he's going to be in San Francisco anyways, I'm trying to find a branding place
here,
in San Francisco.
So then we can get video of it and everything. We could play
Man, that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
because we can play the video at the fest, right, man? That's no big deal.
Yeah, no, that's no problem.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I love it. See, your festival just to gain some real street cred. The people are willing to do some gnarly shit to get those tickets.
I'm thinking next year we park a tattoo artist at your booth.
Yeah.
And anybody who's willing to get a hop grenade tattoo, we do something like we get. At least give him one ticket. Get him in there.
Let's do it, man. I'm for this. We did something like this once before at another brewery, and I think we did 5 tattoos that night.
Yeah.
And
one regret.
Yeah, and at least one of them was yeah. All right, the great Matt Brynelson from Firestone Walker. Get ready for the festival. It's coming up June 1st down in Paso. We're going to be there. We're going to do a bunch of interviews with Matt and with a bunch of other brewers, and then we'll post them all on our YouTube page right away. We can't do them live at the particular event, but it's an awesome location, and it's going to be a good time, Matt. I'm looking forward to it, man.
I'm glad you guys are going to be there. It's going to be awesome.
It'll be a good time. Thanks for spending time with us, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, you and Jamie. We'll figure out this branding situation.
Okay, sounds good.
Later, Matt. Thanks, buddy. Bye.
All right, good night.
There you go. There you go. See, our listeners never let us down often.
Laboratory testing has shown that bacteria, microbacteria, fungi, and viruses are present in prioritized smoke. Researchers have recovered DNA of HIV, HBV, and HPV from surgical smoke and were able to isolate intact viruses. The presence of intact viral DNA suggests that transmission through surgical smoke is a possibility.
Get to the point.
That a lot of places don't do branding because you can spread disease through inhaling the smoke.
Yeah, but cattle ranchers in Paso Robles do.
I don't care!
Well, listen, that's what Stu's hoping for, that all he has to do is your normal old tramp stamp and not an actual brand. But
you think that guy's going to go through with it? The brand? I mean, that's insane.
That guy sounded like he wasn't messing around.
He's not messing around. He's going to totally do it.
Yeah.
But once his meds wore off, he was super like, whatever, I don't even know if I have feet right now.
The only thing that lent me a shadow of doubt was his statement, well, but it's what I'm willing to do. And that's when I went, that's not the contest here. You got to execute it. Or I'm not that's why nobody's getting mailed tickets. You got to show up with your situation, and then you get your tickets. So that's the only line he said that made me doubt his craziness. But he kind of sounds like he's given up. And so he's like, hey, what's a brand? I'm wearing sweatpants right now at the supermarket. I've given up.
I am the supermarket.
You know, I'm one of those photos you see in people at Walmart. Okay, I've got a ass crack out and a ball dragging on the ground. It's fine.
I don't even care. I don't even care anymore.
Yeah. All right. I love it. Kids came through. Let's take a quick break here. When we come back, we'll do a little bit of feedback. If you want to call in for Drunk of the Week on this fine Sunday night, you can do that to 888-401-BEER. Oh, listeners. I love you guys. I love you. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Where do you go for all the stuff you need to brew? Homebrewstuff.com, of course. In their Boise, Idaho storefront and warehouse, they have more than 750 craft beers and 8,000 square feet of homebrew products in stock. The staff at Homebrew Stuff are homebrewers themselves. They try out just about everything, including the beer, so they can answer your questions knowledgeably and correctly about brewing, kegging, and anything else you might need to ask. Don't live near the Homebrew Stuff store? Visit homebrewstuff.com online and take advantage of their $7.95 domestic shipping available on most orders. Homebrewstuff.com is a proud sponsor of the AHA, NHC, GABF, and countless other acronyms. So if you're a homebrewer looking for great people, a great selection, and great deals, head to homebrewstuff.com, online or in person. Visit their YouTube channel for loads of free how-to and product videos. All of the stuff you need to brew. homebrewstuff.com.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for any beer style. I want a Cicerone. The Cicerone certification program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious, Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Did you know the Brewing Network's very own Code Writing Fool's son, Ryan Wolf, has opened a beer mecca in Missouri? The Wolf Brow House of Beer has hundreds of beers from all over the world and is conveniently close to I-70 in St. Peter's. Free tastings Saturdays 4 to 6 p.m. featuring special guests from local breweries. The best build-your-own six-pack around with every style represented. And kegged craft beer available for your kegerator too. There's always something new at the Wolf Brow House of Beer. Beer. New and hard-to-find beer every week. No two visits are the same. Just like passing out at the Rat Pad.
Hi, this is Ryan from Wolfbrow House of Beer. Mention the Brewing Network when you stop in for some cool free stuff. Mention JP for a swift kick in the ass.
The Wolfbrow House of Beer. Beer with personal service from a member of the BN Army.
This is Code. Visit my son's shop or I'll yank the BN website down.
www.wolfbrow.com.
In a world where everything has been lost.
What happened to the city? It's in ruins.
Only one man has the ancient knowledge to restore civilization.
I need a drink. Oh no, the liquor store's been ransacked.
You looking for beer, stranger? Boy, all the liquor got drunk up in the first 25 minutes of the apocalypse.
Wait, there's still some bottles over... Oh, no. Those are non-alcoholic beer.
I reckon you better stick to arrowroot tea and a desperate nomadic existence like the rest of us.
People, I'm a home brewer. I know how to make alcohol. It can't be done. Come with me if you want the beer.
Okay, I'm gonna need some big plastic buckets.
He is the chosen one. The prophecies say that he's gonna get us wasted.
Someone start heating water.
And from the creators of Northern Brewer, the people who brought you massive selection and superior customer service, comes the Home Brewer.
Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And Hop Drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And Stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop Drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop Drops and beer caramels. Satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
All right, BN Army, it's trivia time. What's the only homebrew shop with over 1,000 recipe kits, $4.99 shipping on orders over $100, and is also home of the Wolf Shirt? The one and only answer is Austin Homebrew Supply. For over 20 years, they've specialized in creating recipes such as the best-selling Texas Blonde Ale, Apocalypso, Hop Bomb 2.0, and Double Chocolate Stout. And they just recently unveiled their small grain kits that produce 1 gallon of beer. Visit AustinHomebrew.com to browse their extensive catalog of equipment and ingredients. They also have mini clone recipes of your favorite commercial beers. They're the exclusive retailer of BrewVent yeast fuel as well, Yeast Nutrient, and the all-new Bodybuilder. Follow Austin Homebrew Supply on Google Plus to participate in video hangouts on popular brewing topics. So visit AustinHomebrew.com today and make sure you sign up for their weekly email with news and specials. Austin Homebrew Supply, AustinHomebrew.com.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck.
Hey, don't don't forget, if you're looking to spice things up in the wherever you are, I don't care where it is.
I am.
Go to adamandeve.com right now and use coupon code BNARMY. You'll get 50% off just about any one item. Plus, you'll get your choice of 3 free DVDs from all sorts of different categories.
Such as?
Different ones.
Such as Asian,
I'm going
amateur.
through them all in my... I was just going through them all in my head real quick. Just thinking about... I'm trying to make a little picture of each category before I do it.
I want to see... I forget all the ones that they have.
Is milky a category? Like
milky?
Yeah, like pasty white skin. Like
redhead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that there?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Hang on, let me picture it. Okay, next.
Would you like some of the like more gnarly ones?
Yeah.
Cream pie.
That's a yeah, go on.
Right. Black.
That's one of the. Why is that a gnarly one?
Well, I didn't mean that's a gnarly one. I meant like that. The other one I said was the most gnarly. Then I'm just going through the ones we never hit.
I see.
Big butts. We don't really talk. Celebrity sex, which apparently there was a Sarah Palin lookalike porn.
Oh yeah,
I would watch that
just for fun or because you're into it.
For fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking. Obama lookalike. I'm into it.
Parodies.
I've seen a few parodies. They're never... Well, if it's your thing, whatever.
No, they're never good. You can say
it. Avoid that category. All these other categories.
How to?
I need that, I think.
Do you want to look and see what... Or features. Which one do you want to investigate further?
Let's go how to.
How to is when the mom comes in and is like, oh, you're doing that wrong.
Yeah. Oh, really?
It's always like, oh... You're doing this in your stepdad, and you're my husband's house. I'm your new stepmom. Let me show you how it's done.
Those are the
and then
how-to
she grabs
videos?
a little boy, and then
little boy pulls him out of the crib, and
I'll tell you, I would be very disappointed in my order if I ordered a how-to DVD and all of a sudden my mother's teaching me something.
Especially if it's your mom.
It's very misleading.
Yeah, wouldn't that be great if it's your literal mother?
Actually, a video of my. Mom! You can hardly move!
Oh, you want me to autograph that for you? Dr. Ava's Guide to Anal Sex for Women.
Okay, so that's a how-to.
Which really should be for the men. Because the men are the one doing the insert. The women don't need to...
Lay still.
Yeah. Nina Hartley's Guide to Female Ejaculation.
Okay, that's enough. All sorts of different categories. Go to adamandeve.com right now. You get
I can keep going.
50% off just about any one item. You get 3 free adult DVDs. You get free shipping, and you get an extra special gift that's very sensual. Yeah. All by using coupon code BNARMY over at adamandeve.com. Thank you.
BNARMY.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me just mark that off of my list of things I've done today, which is not many.
What did you do today? You're building a pond, a waterless pond.
A pondless pond. It's not a waterless pond. It's a pondless waterfall. It's not a waterless pond.
You're building a water feature in your backyard.
I am building a water. I had an existing water feature that we inherited when we bought the house that is a mess. Yeah. And it's been a hole in my ground. And I don't want a pond because you have to...
It breeds disease.
And you have to clean it. It's a mess. And let's face it, I'm not going to have fish because I barely keep myself alive.
Right. Well, and you probably have raccoons running around and eating all your koi.
By the way, have you ever looked into how much fucking koi fish is?
Yeah, they're really expensive.
It's ridiculous.
It's like $20.
$20 a fish?
No.
I'm kidding.
Like $300 to $800 for these things.
Well, I think depending on how big you get it,
and the breed, I guess it does depend on that. But a small one from a reputable breed is $300 something.
Really?
And then the full grown ones are like $800.
Get chickens.
It's a big goldfish.
It is a big gold, but they look cool. They have all the spots.
Anyway, I'm not doing all that. I'm doing a pondless waterfall, and it's a lot of work right now. But in the end, I'm going to feel so zen-like. I'll probably be able to quit therapy as soon as I turn it on.
Well, he lets you.
Yeah, he won't let me.
I'm sure.
Listen, guy, I got a waterfall now.
Yeah, I can't wait to start doing yoga in front of it. I think
I can't wait for you to do that. Also,
have you ever tried like the sounds of nature, like orcas? You know, or like tweeting birds.
They just make me angry. Yeah, because I'm like, you're so stupid sounding. You don't even have speech. What's wrong with you? He's like, how does anybody even understand you? It's like listening to Doc. Like a weird sound, and you think they're magnificent, but
yeah, we like them because they're big and we think they're majestic, but they're too dumb to be anything but large and in the way. Like that's all that they're not smart enough to go, maybe I shouldn't go doing this all the time. They can't even stay in one spot. They're dumb.
They don't even know how to stay in a spot.
No, they have no idea. They're stupid.
All right.
Well, we've bashed orcas. We've bashed people with piercings and tattoos.
You said black people were gnarly.
Apparently I bashed the black genre of DVDs.
I think I called Susie a Buddhist just because she's Asian.
That's also very true. But she was drinking tapioca drink, so that's pretty much like, putting a yen on your forehead.
I agree.
That's what we do.
All right, let's do feedback. Feedback's brought to you today by Adventures in Homebrewing. You remember those guys? Good friends of ours, Adventures in Homebrewing. You can go to homebrewing.org. Wonderful site, wonderful people, really supporting this program.
Oh, my God!
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
All right. Nick in St. Louis writes in, I've been listening to the podcast for a little over 8 months now, and I decided to finally give homebrewing a shot.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. I can't believe how often this goes on.
I don't know why you listen. I guess maybe it's true. Maybe we don't talk about homebrewing very much. You can listen to this program and not be a homebrewer. Last weekend, I took home a silver in American Brown at the St. Louis Microfest. It was my first homebrew ever.
Ah.
That's pretty good. The part that confused me the most on the score sheet, let's see. He says, my second one didn't fare that well in the judging. He says, I think I entered it in the wrong category. But he said, the part that confused me the most on the score sheet was notes about lagering in ale. The beer is a red ale that I placed in the Irish red category. Listening to the Challenge podcast, I realized it should have fallen into the American amber category. But the note stated I should have lager fermented rather than fermenting at typical ale temps. Is that right? He asks. Well, let me say one thing, because I don't know where the judge is coming from. But there is a bit of a definition problem here. Lagering actually means to age cold. Now, there is a lager beer that you also ferment cold, but you could say to somebody, you should lager that ale for a while. And by definition, you'd be saying you should age it cold, and things will happen to it that will make it good. That's the traditional, at least German definition of lagering, is to store cold. So, if they meant that you should age the beer, that's one thing, but I don't guess that that's what the judge would have they would have written it that way, because it can be confusing if that's what they meant. So to tell you that your ale, unless it was in a lager category, should have been lager fermented, that sounds weird. The other problem with that, and again, I'm not without the full notes in front of us, I'm just going by what I've heard some of our own BJCP judges say before, and that is that judges should steer a little bit clear about process comments, because they don't really know what your process was. They don't know what temperature you fermented that beer at, and to assume they do is probably going down a path of error. There are things that they could point out if it has an infection, that you could maybe watch out for that sort of thing. They could point out if it's too hoppy for the style, but these aren't process things that they can't know about. So I would find it odd, JP, you're the only BJCP judge in the room, but correct me if I'm wrong, I would find it odd if in an ale category a note was written about how you should have lager fermented this.
That's correct. I would like to see the notes, because you're probably right. They probably meant age it, but if I had to guess, it'd be a kind of a newer judge trying to show off, and so they use the proper term lager it.
I see.
And so they probably meant it's too young, and it needs to age a little bit more. Okay. That'd be my only guess. There's no way in an ale category they would ever use the term lager, and so it is very confusing. And you're right. When you're judging beers, you don't say what could have been better. You say what you taste. That's what you write down. This is what I taste, and if it's to style or if it's not to style. Mm-hmm. Then overall comments, you can say, it's a great beer, try aging it a little more, or this is a great beer, maybe work on your yeast a little bit, and you can bring up some points, or something like that. But Never should you comment on the actual process, because you're absolutely right, you have no idea.
Okay. Thanks for writing in, Nick. That's a good question, though, by the way. All right, Steve writes in, is it possible for Doc to not talk out of his ass for one show? Listening to him talk about the wit beer recipe made me want to cry. That's from Steve. Now, Steve, in some cases, I could agree with you.
Right.
However, without you giving me specifics, I would have to disagree with you about the wit beer episode that we did last week.
Right.
I knew that it was a style that was very much in Doc's wheelhouse.
Yes.
And I feel like he gave some excellent pointers. And I'm not sure where he was talking out of his ass.
I don't recall. I tried to remember back to the episode, and I couldn't think about anything he was talking out of his ass about.
Yeah.
But the whole comment made me laugh.
The comment is funny because there are shows, sure, Baby Doc's a little on the drunk side.
Yeah.
And that's the Doc that we know and love, and you're welcome to that criticism. Yeah, without you giving me specifics about the wit beer, I can't say I agree with you. I think he did a nice job of summing it up for us.
Yeah, if you're going to make a charge, you've got to have an example.
Right. That's the Moscow way.
Either it happened or it didn't.
It's branded onto his ass.
Right.
Tattooed. I don't brand.
Right above it.
Yeah,
so anybody knows.
If you're going to make a charge, you better have an example. All right. Homebrew Haha writes in, did JP murder Sean Paxton? I assume he's referring to the missing homebrew chef.
Yeah, I'm gonna sous vide him later on. It'll be great.
I have mentioned on the podcast several times now on the show here that we have had a hard time doing new what's it called? Homebrew chef shows. And by hard time, I mean it's been over a year. I have, we're working on solutions for Paxton to be able to go on with the show that doesn't require my presence because that's been some of the difficulty. I'm trying to fix a lot of things about the BN and improve some things that we're doing, and I don't have time to do extra shows, so we're working on it. Paxton also doesn't have a whole lot of time, and I don't know. We'll get the show back. Just hang in there.
Ellis, Texas, in the chat says Sean has been making nachos since 2007.
They'll probably be really good when they're done.
They'll probably be great. Kidding me?
My world famous 6-year nacho.
First, grow your corn.
Anyway, I do apologize that the show's not up recently. I don't know what to tell you. We don't have the resources to make all of them happen right now, but it is not gone from the map. We're working on it. Coon Sloppy writes in.
Look, I don't name these people.
Like I want to feel like that's an offensive name, but I don't know what it means.
No,
I don't even. It sounds offensive, but maybe it's not. Maybe if that's like a nice dish in the bayou. I don't know.
Slappy.
Hey,
give me someone that don't have like coon sloppy.
Mama, you make the best coon sloppy I ever had.
Sounds like bootling, that weird language in Anderson Valley.
I just don't know what it is.
Wichita can say coon sloppy. It means like your car looks nice.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Ever seen a coon sloppy like that since the Great Depression? What?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Sloppy writes in.
Sloppy Joe?
I love the Brewcasters Brew Off, the informal conversations that you have about brewing beer, and the beers are great, and they have a lot of knowledge. I currently brew 5-gallon all-grain beers, and I use basic brewing equipment. My wife just gave me the approval to spend money on new equipment, and I want to act fast before she realizes what she's done. So what's the one piece of equipment that I could start with? I love the show. Keep up the good work. Thanks from Coon Sloppy. Again, there's not a lot of information in this email. We don't know what your basic setup consists of. And I do like to reference that most of the answers I give are based on what I've heard in this show, not on what I've done.
That's how we learn.
But temperature-controlled fermentation. If you already have basic brewing equipment, like you mentioned, and you're doing basic processes that don't require much equipment, like yeast starters and things like that, the first upgrade I guess I've heard before that is to go to a full boil kettle. Mm-hmm. If you still have a small kettle and you're doing partial boils, then your equipment should be a full boil kettle. But since your wife is giving you the go ahead, that's rather on the cheaper side. You can do that on your own. Just sneak it in there. I'd go for the slightly more expensive, or at least more laborious, if you're going to build it, laborious temperature control fermentation. JP, okay. Are you with me on that?
I am not.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. Number one, his wife's giving him the go-ahead, but probably the go-ahead to spend his own money on it.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say.
Right?
Is why are people asking?
Wow.
Tell. You don't say, "Can I get a brewing thing?" You say, "I am going to get a brewing thing."
Can it
if
work
you're
in our
making
budget?
the money,
dear.
But it's in our budget.
How do you know?
So that's fine.
I don't.
know. Yeah.
If
Maybe he's not making the money.
Maybe he's not. Yeah. Maybe
So
he's not.
I would say if you don't have a full boil kettle, get a full boil kettle. The second thing I would say, wort chiller.
Oh, okay.
100%. Get a wort chiller. Third thing, yeast starter kit. Then I would go temperature control.
Okay.
That's JP's steps to be a better brewer.
And those are all fantastic.
Thank you
And
for your
again,
time.
without having the information about what his current system is.
Absolutely.
So if you have the first three,
then get a temperature controller. Absolutely. That's the top 4 shit you should do.
And by the way, that means either some sort of chamber that you can put the fermenter
Like
in,
a dungeon
that
or
you
a sex pot place.
Sure, that'll work. I mean, if you can keep it controlled.
Well, you got to hose it down with the drain in the center.
Then it'd be fine.
Yeah, the kill floor is nice and sloped.
I got to get back to Dexter, by the way. I haven't watched the latest.
It starts in
season.
July or late June.
No, I mean the
think.
last season.
I know,
haven't,
but I'm saying it starts in June
already.
or July. It's the last season.
Sorry, Kill Floor sent me off on a killing tangent. Okay, there you go. Temp controlled and everything JP said. Okay, sent from my iPhone writes in, F you, JP.
Oh, hey.
And then he says, no, just kidding. Love you guys. How come everybody who writes in is like a schizophrenic? Hi.
I love all of you, JP. All of you guys.
I hate you.
I'm just joking.
I just kidding. I love you. Oh, you idiots. Oh, just kidding.
It's like one of those friends go, dude, your wife's totally dead. Huh? I'm fucking with you.
Kidding.
Got you again, stupid.
You just did a lot of pain. I want to say, love you guys. I want to buy a warhead, I think. The BN the Growler warhead. But every time I go, by the way, I'm filling in the blanks of his email and his typing.
It's terrible, right?
Every time I go to the store online, no picture. You guys have been talking up this thing, but I want to see it. Let's be honest, you don't have the best track record, he says. Track record of what?
I don't know.
Post a picture so I can send you some of my hard-earned money. You have a picture of what I have to assume is one of JP's shitty-ass cats.
Okay, first of all,
thanks for everything.
My cats are fucking rad. Well, 2 of them are kind of shitty. But the one in that picture is the best cat in the world. Second of all, there's a picture of the thing on the line. I've taken it. I've seen it.
I don't know what
see it all the time.
I don't know what he's talking about either, because I did when I read the email. I went to check out the site, and there's clearly a picture there. It's under the category BN glassware, and then there is a glassware picture that has one of JP's shitty cats in it.
Let's not.
Oh, sorry.
Let's not go there.
Great cats in it.
Thank you very much.
And then, but that's not the item. That's the hop grenade glass. And then one item down,
scroll down,
is the warhead. I will mention this: when you click on you got to upload a smaller image. When you click on the larger image, it takes up Martinez.
Oh, okay, I'll do that.
However, it's an image and it's clear as day,
and it's up there,
and it blows up in your face when you click it.
Yes.
So I don't know what he's talking. There's a picture there. I don't know. I don't see. I would like to say that maybe your browser somehow blocking photos, but if you're seeing one picture and not the other, I don't know how to help you. You're probably drunk.
Or you might be doing it on your phone, and maybe there's some weird, maybe it's too large to display on the phone.
Could be
might be it.
Could
but
be
so get off of your phone and use a computer.
Maybe he doesn't have one, okay? Maybe he's in Ethiopia.
Well, I don't think he has 4G out in Ethiopia, idiot.
Maybe that's more affordable than a desktop. I don't know. Because they don't have a house. They just have where are you going to put a desktop?
I don't know.
Yeah, iPad, you just carry around the bush.
It's a log. Just drag a log in the hut.
Just put a mouse on a leaf. It's got to be on something.
I don't understand. I have the mouse. Why is he Indian? I don't know. I have a mouse. I have a mouse pad. I don't get it.
I have a mouse in India.
It just squeaks.
In Ethiopia, I mean. That's what they call me. Mouse. Whatever. It's there. The warhead's there, and it's badass.
It is really, really nice.
Go buy it.
You can buy it.
All right. Feedback brought to you today by Adventures in Homebrewing. Go to homebrewing.org. Check it out. All right. What do we got, Sue? So I got a bunch of Drunk of the Week calls, or what?
You have 3 Drunk of the Week calls and 1 dude calling for feedback.
Oh, well, let's wrap up.
Feedback?
Which one's feedback? Tell me.
Line 3.
Thank you.
Tell me.
What's his name?
Force.
Hey, Force Sarah, what's happening?
Hey, dude. So I just wanted to call and say thanks for
for helping me with all my brewing shit that I learned from y'all. I entered my first competition last weekend or this weekend. Took 2 golds, 3rd in Best of Show and 1st in Best of Show.
Wow. Nice work. What competition was it?
The Forcera International.
Right.
Well, that's what it felt like. No, it was the War of the Wart in Mississippi.
Oh, okay. I've heard of that contest. Actually, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, and actually, just got my BJCP certification, and that was the first contest I judged.
Yeah, boy.
So, yeah, and that was a lot of fun. Got to judge with some national judges, and wow, I learned a lot. So,
yeah, tasting with people who know what they're doing, it's like accelerating your learning tenfold. I mean, you just
for sure.
Don't you think like you just hear so much that you wouldn't have put into words yourself?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, man. You learn so much. So,
what was your best of show beer?
It was a Roush beer, classic Roush beer.
Oh,
wow!
I think it scored like 42. I think
a smoke beer winning best of show.
Yeah.
That and of 42 points. That must have been one hell of a Roush beer.
How many IPAs were in that category? Or in the
there
competition?
were
Infinity
102, I think.
Okay.
102?
There were like 175 entries in the whole competition.
Wow. Well done, man. That's a big win.
Yeah, that's pretty good, man.
Let me.
Well, it only goes downhill from here. So.
Yeah, you're going to become a shitty brewer quick. No, you peak too fast. But let me point something out that you're doing that's kind of important to homebrewing right now. It's your first competition, and you already jumped in there as a judge. And a lot of people complaining about how quick the competitions are filling up, like the National Homebrewers competition. A big part of that is that we don't have enough judges to open up new judging centers and to judge more beers. And here's Forcera getting into it for the first time, and he's already judging. And you need to do your part if you want to compete. And so I commend you for doing that too, man. You're helping people out just by getting in there and judging.
Oh yeah, I mean talk about another learning experience. That was an awesome learning experience to get to go and take that test and have to sit there and critically think about beers.
Right.
Like I remember when you were light lagers, sitting there and critically analyzing a Bud Light.
Right.
I've never done that before, and I don't ever want to do it again.
Sure, but you learned what you did.
You learned a lot, right?
Yeah, you learned a lot. So
yeah. Well done, brother. Thanks for letting us know, man.
Yeah. Like I said, just wanted to give a shout out, and if I can give a shout out to my local club, because I am from Alabama, so I'm not a felon anymore. Kind of awesome.
Oh, you're law abiding.
Good for you. Well, I always say once a felon, always a felon.
As long as you brew 5 gallons a month, don't brew anymore, or else you're a felon.
Yeah. Well, I've already brewed 10 gallons since we changed the law.
Get his address. Get his fucking address.
I've got 5 gallons that I left. So, but yeah, if I can give a shout out to the Carboy Junkies in Birmingham, that's my local club. So
do it, Carboy Junkies.
Yeah, I think we sent 15 beers and we got 10 medals. So
wow. Well done.
Badass little club. So, but yeah, I just wanted to call and thank you all for all the info that y'all put on that I've kind of learned from, I guess.
Well, you're very welcome. Thanks for the call, brother. I appreciate it very much, and congrats on not being a felon. That's kind of a big deal. All right, let's go to what do we got? Theo Brew back on.
Theo.
We haven't heard from Theo in a little while, have we? Theo Brew, what's happening?
All right, let's go to...
Hey.
Hi. How you doing, buddy?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
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 Hi, I'm drunk.
Who is this?
Is that new?
Who is this?
It's Theo Brew.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, who is this?
It's Theo Brew. You know that.
I thought you were giving up drinking, Theo. Or something.
No, I didn't give up drinking. I gave up drunk of the week, except for I promised Susie that I'd call in a night that she was here. And so she convinced me to open the Boris oatmeal stout, which sent me over the edge.
So, in case people don't remember Theo,
Gabriel.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Did I totally?
No, Theo Brew.
But he's also He's also working on becoming a priest or something, right? Or a rabbi?
Sort of. We actually,
something like that.
Sully and I talked to him on the mixtape show we did last week, and now
Sully fixed me.
He's on the fence. He might be going back to be an engineer, which I said he should do.
You guys talked him out of God's work.
Yeah, well
done.
No,
it's easy to sell people on.
JP tried to talk me out of it.
No.
Okay, now that's not the point. My point is, you're still a man who has studied theology.
Yes.
What do you make of this Facebook trend where everyone's talking to the dead on Facebook?
No, you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay, I texted this to both Susie and to JP.
Okay.
Grieving is not for the dead. They're done. They don't care.
Okay.
Grieving is for the community that's left behind.
So is it? So you're saying it's okay to talk in the first person to the dead person on Facebook instead of on your own?
I'm saying that grieving is for those who are left behind, and in modern days, Facebook is a way that communities gather, and so communities that want to grieve use Facebook as a tool, and I think it's a great tool that communities can use. They can post pictures, they can post a picture and talk about their favorite moment and memory with that person. It's an amazing tool to allow communities to grieve the loss of a loved one. I've experienced this in real life, and I think that it's a great tool. Because grieving isn't for the dead person. If grieving were for the dead person, you're right, Jay, that it would just be completely ridiculous. But grieving isn't for the dead person. They're gone. They're dead. Grieving is for the community that's left behind.
Well, Theo, listen.
Yes.
I never thought I'd say this, but that's a rational thing that that just came out of your stupid mouth.
For once.
For once. And I feel like you have an excellent point. I'm still not convinced that we should be speaking to the dead in the first person on the Facebook. However, that was a very
if you were to write a letter and leave it in the grave, would it be that first person?
Well, it might be, and it would be private, or even if it wasn't private, it would be it would be among the people who give a shit. And I'm not one of those people.
I will agree. I will agree that that the negative side to social media is then that the things that should be kept private are made more public.
Yeah.
So there's a positive side and there's a negative side. In all things, there's a yin and a yang, though.
Yeah. Well, Theo's no dummy after all. It looks like. Who knew?
Not me.
That was a very well thought out response.
Yeah, well, but is he drunk of the week?
Yeah, I think so. We've never heard him this drunk. He's making sense. It's clearly the thing he does when he's drunk. He makes sense.
That's an interesting angle.
Theology cannot be discussed without a beer. That's what I say all day long.
Yeah, give you that too. However, it should not be discussed after 2 beers, though.
I texted a photo. If you want to see seriously how much I'm drinking tonight, I texted a photo to Susie.
Okay.
To see how much I'm drinking. I'm up there.
Susie, how much has he drank?
My Asian eyes can't see all the labels.
Scott, go pry her eyes open.
Close one and lay on your side.
Yeah, come over.
That way her eyes will be up and down?
Yeah. I don't know.
He's got
4 beers.
A 22, 2 12s, and a can. And he's got a stout. He's got
and a glass of water.
Got a Boulder beer. Yeah, it's not a lot.
And a box of wine.
A slight buzz is what I think.
And a heroin spoon.
Yeah.
None of the
dead
beers
hooker.
you're seeing are less than 8%.
Okay. All right, Theo. I've heard you drunkerer, but I will put you in the running for drunk of the week.
But he drinked it a lot.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks, brother. Okay, let's get through these. Bitterology is on line 2. What's happening, man? Bitterology. Or bitter, with an ology in parentheses. You there, buddy? I think he passed out.
He was almost passing out the first time he...
Hey.
Oh.
Hey, I'm here.
Hey.
Hello?
Mom?
Who is this?
Is that you?
Mom? Yeah.
4 years ago, you died.
And I married my best friend.
Oh, fuck. I can't hear anything. Hang on a second.
On this day, a fortnight ago...
Hang on. Hey.
Yeah?
All right, there we go. Oh, I had to turn off the live feed. Oh.
Hey, how drunk are you, man?
Oh,
Oh, man, I've probably been drinking since about 12 o'clock Central Time.
Okay.
The last 11 hours.
That's a lot of drinking. You been doing that by yourself?
Oh, no, man. It was somebody's birthday in my family. Had some beers.
4 years ago.
I had my first beer.
Yeah. You sound drunk, I'll tell you that.
Oh, man, I'm just... Oh, it's such a long-ass freaking week, and just having a couple of beers, probably...
Tell us about your week. I mean, what happened?
He sounds just tired.
He's like, first the coffee maker broke.
I've been setting my DVR up all day for Leno, and I need to go to bed, man.
Did your DVR break? Go ahead.
Ain't that DVR shit, man? I don't do that stuff.
I'm straight VCR, motherfucker.
I don't do that shit. I went to rehab.
Circulate the tapes.
I don't do that DVR shit.
Oh, man, I'm on Netflix. Screw real television, man. I'm on Netflix.
I canceled that
cable and stuff. Yeah, that's right.
Oh, boy. Well, you sound drunk.
Man.
And
So pretty much have me nothing but some blood orange Hefeweizens that I brewed about a month ago. Only about 5%, but I probably had about 12 today. And crap. Yeah, I got home after that. I didn't drive myself. My wife drove me. But
I just want to take care of him. I just want to tuck him in. You're like, hey, buddy, it's all right. Tomorrow's a new day.
Tomorrow's a new day.
And it's going to be okay. You got a whole new week ahead of you.
Why does the sun go to bed? So it can see you fresh in the morning.
Yeah. I just want to pat you on the head and say, it's all right, buddy. We're still friends.
Kiss his cowlick on his Sully's head. Mwah.
Yeah.
Mommy will flatten that right out.
You're in the running for Drunk of the Week, man. You sound good and drunk, dude.
Oh, man, I had me a watermelon wine, too, when I got home.
Racist.
Had me about half that. The fuck, racist? What?
What's a watermelon wine?
Oh, it's a country wine I made about, I guess I made it about a year and a half ago. I've been sitting on about 4 750 milliliter bottles since then.
All right, I just feel too bad. You're in the running for Drunk of the Week. I can't do it because I just want to hold him. I just want to make it all go away. It sounds so like he doesn't sound suicidal. He's not. It's not that. I don't know how to distinguish it. He just sounds so down in the dumps,
like melancholy. He's just like, well, it's just been a long week, man.
Like the kind that you don't talk it out. You just tell him it's all going to be okay. It's that. I don't know. So I feel weird having to say that to some person I've never met, but that's what it sounded like to me.
Buck up, little trooper.
It's going to be fine.
Yeah.
All right.
Take solace in the fact that a week is still the same amount of time. It's not longer or shorter than anyone else.
Captain Kirk is on the line from North Carolina. Captain Kirk, what's happening?
North Carolina.
I'm doing pretty good. How you guys doing?
Doing just fine. Are you drunk?
Yeah. I was mildly intoxicated when I made the call.
Yeah.
Now that I've been sitting on my ass, I'm a full 3, possibly 4 sheets to the wind.
Wow. What did you do tonight?
I got home from a long week worth of work. I had 3 PBRs, and I'm about to finish the 5th single hop Citra Imperial IPA from Flying Dog.
3 PBRs and then 5 Citra Imperial IPAs?
Yeah, from Flying Dog.
Yeah, that'll make a dude drunk right there.
Yeah, it was kind of it was a quick one.
You by
2
yourself?
hours, I drank, yeah.
Just hanging out?
Well, I got 2 dogs with me, so.
Not really help much. You're not by yourself at all, then.
Yeah.
Just hanging out, drinking with the dogs.
Yeah, having a grandy old time.
All right. Well, I think you're in the running for Drunk of the Week.
All right. Any other questions?
No.
No.
Hey, Bevo's out in North Carolina right now.
Yeah.
Where in North Carolina?
I don't know.
The shore.
The northern part.
Oh, that really.
She's about to knock on your door. right now.
Yeah.
Should go answer it.
Wait. No, the dogs aren't barking, so she's not here.
He's
Liar.
not. I'm not that drunk, you fool. Got you, fucker. You're still sober. Later.
Set phasers to funny.
And finally, we'll go to... by the way, Captain Kirk, you are in the running for Drunk of the Week. Don't worry, dude. Let's go to Casey. Well, Casey, you definitely didn't get those tickets to Firestone, unfortunately.
No, man, those guys, they're hardcore, but I personally thought you should make them play Boner Chicken to find out who won.
That would be funny to make them stand in line at the Firestone Fest and play Boner Chicken to see who wins. Ladies and gentlemen, the first ever live Boner Chicken, right here from the
Boner Station.
What would that do to their brand image?
So you calling in for Drunk of the Week?
Joke.
I just didn't. You were overmodulating.
Yes.
How drunk are you compared to... You've called in much drunker than this.
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't mean you're not... Doesn't mean you're not in the running, but you
Do we know Casey?
Not personally, but he's called in a few times, and he's called in pretty damn drunk.
And I heard the first Brewmeister commercial. Woo!
That's right. Casey works at the Brewmeister up in Folsom. And tonight was the start of your wonderful sponsorship of the Brewing Network.
I was very excited.
As was I.
But nothing I'm doing now represents the Brewmeister Company. Just as a FYI.
Sure.
This is personal time.
Well, I think that's a good disclaimer to make. However, Casey, you know our listeners. You're only doing good. People will be like, "Yeah, I'll fucking shop there. That Casey's a badass." So.
I'm going to write a bad review on Yelp right now.
All right.
But I really think that you should put a deadline on those dudes and make them send in pictures and video. So if they do it, you can post it on the Facebook. Because I know this sounds negative or whatever. I don't think they're going to do it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Casey, and I think you make a good point. You are our third runner-up, and I will make sure I'll make sure I have evidence before the festival that whichever one of those guys wins is actually going to do it or has done it. And if they don't, I will default the tickets to you, but you still got to wear the Facebook sandwich board. And if
they're listening, these reservations should be motivation to get that fucking tattoo or
brand
burn-in thingy, the brand,
the sun.
I think that'd be badass.
Stare into the sun. I will stare into the sun for 5 minutes.
I will go blind for you.
You know, I would do it. I'd be like, all right, do it. But you got to do it in front of me.
Shit, I'm already blind. Fuck.
There you go. All right, Casey, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week, and that's going to be it for tonight.
I don't want to sound negative or nothing, but negativity.
Okay, let's do the Twitter game, and then we'll come back and vote for Drunk of the Week. What was our Twitter game tonight?
Our Twitter game was, what wrestler from the WWF would you like to have a beer with, and why?
And what did we get?
And Riggs, or my close personal friend Riggs, says the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase, because he would always pick up the beer tab.
Good call. I forgot about Ted DiBiase.
Spoken like a true desert rat, I think.
Yep.
Jack Smith says Big Black Jack Mulligan because fuck you, that's why. There you go. Eli Lloyd says Andre the Giant because he supposedly drank 156 beers in one sitting.
And how did we forget about Andre the Giant? You know, the people that we named were all kind of, even though we're fans of them as a kid, they were all kind of douchebags. But Andre the Giant, he wasn't a douchebag.
He was a douchebag.
You think so?
Yeah, I know. I know.
You know him personally?
No, I don't know him personally, but my friend is friends with one of his his bastard offspring, who he just basically banged a bunch of chicks and had kids and didn't care about any of his kids.
Who didn't? It was the 80s. Come on. A little cocaine, a little baby making. That's what we did back then.
That's the rumors. He was actually a complete asshole.
Okay.
Yeah. But, whatever. Hey, whatever. I don't know anything. Dave at Fire Terror says, a panda, because they look pretty cool. Oh, wait, you meant World Wrestling or something or other. Because, the WWF, World Wildlife Fund.
Oh.
Outpost Larry says, Elizabeth, so hot. Not an actual wrestler, but come on, seriously. You remember Miss Elizabeth?
Oh, it's coming back to me. She got passed around between a couple of people, right?
I think so.
Like
yeah.
she was she Randy Savage's lady?
Yeah.
But then she was stolen away for a little while.
I want to say by the Ultimate Warrior because they had a whole thing, but I don't know because Ultimate Warrior didn't really talk as much.
She was Macho Man Savage's manager.
Yeah,
but she left him but then ended up back with him, I think.
Ooh, Miss Elizabeth.
She died as a result of a drug and alcohol overdose in 2003 in the home she shared with wrestler Lex Luger.
Oh, he's after my time, I think.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I don't know Lex Luger.
Clap for her drug addiction. Fucking idiot. Not her. I mean, not me, her.
Wait, what? Dave Malone says none of them because I'm not a redneck, nor do I think steroids and beer are a good combination.
Okay.
I say, clearly you've never heard a baseball game.
Touche.
Tooski Brewski says Hacksaw Jim Duggan because he always had a firm grasp on his wood.
He did.
And then Kevin says Jake the Snake. Have you seen the size of that guy's python?
Oh, good old Jake the Snake Roberts. I forgot about Jake the Snake.
Do you remember what happened to his python?
No.
You don't remember what happened? I think it was either in a Royal Rumble or the
cage match or whatever.
Some shit. The earthquake. Remember the earthquake?
Yeah, I remember the earthquake.
Fucking sat on his snake. Drug the snake bag in the center of the ring and just leg drop.
Oh, wow.
And that was it.
I don't know who to vote for.
I don't know either. They're all winners, but I don't want to mail out 8 packages. So,
well, I'm into.
We'll take out Big Black Jack Mulligan because really,
take out Elizabeth.
Take out the panda.
Take out the Well, maybe we shouldn't be taking out Elizabeth. That's the only one spoken like a real dude who isn't still 8 years old. Like the rest of us are thinking like we're still 8. We want to have a beer with these dudes.
Well, technically, she's not a wrestler. So he actually basically called it out and said, "I shouldn't win, but I'm telling you my answer anyway."
Plus, she's dead.
Well, yeah.
Does she have a Facebook page?
Andre the Giant is dead.
Because I can.
Yeah, Andre the
10 years ago today.
I loved you on WWF. I'm into the Hacksaw Jim Dugan dude and the Jake the Snake Roberts dude. I think those were both pretty good.
Yeah, so we'll take out the steroids and beer.
Yeah, he makes a nice comment, but it wasn't funny.
No. Tell Ted DiBiase it's a good point. He would always pick up the beer. Ted, maybe not because you don't stay a millionaire by spending money, as any Moskowitz will tell you.
Yeah, I don't like that. Who wants to have a beer with that guy? Not me.
Yeah, he was actually that guy would be a pretty tool guy.
So, I still did like Andre the Giant though.
After 156 beers, you would be a complete and utter bastard.
Yeah. My vote is Jake the Snake.
I'm in for it.
Mosky?
Yeah, I'll go with it.
And Suze? Everybody's Jake the Snake. That's our Twitter game winner for tonight. JP will send you a prize. Send him an email, jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. You got to give him your address. And
shirt size.
He will send you something lovely.
Yeah.
All right, let's do Drunk of the Week. First, we had Theo Brew on the line. Unless you consider that when he's drunk, he, is a good voice of reason, then I would say he's not very drunk tonight because he was a nice voice of reason. Then we had Bitterology on, who I think was really very drunk.
The first time he called in was before we played the game.
Okay.
And he was so drunk he didn't know his name.
And wasn't he asleep when I first answered?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. And then we had Captain Kirk, North Carolina. He had a lot of beer. He did, he had 5 Paps and then 5 or 6 double IPAs. The man was drunk. And then finally we had Casey, who the only thing I have against that call is that I've heard him much drunker. That's all.
That's true.
So, raise your hand if it's Theo. Raise your hand if it's Bitterology.
Yeah, all right.
That's everybody. It's unanimous. Bitterology, you sad man. Buck up, little friend. JP's going to send you a nice little prize. You're going to open it in the mail, and your day will brighten instantly. It'll be like seeing a little puppy playing with a ball. It'll have the same effect on your psyche. You poor little bastard. He had a wife even. Didn't he say like his wife? She had to take me home. I was like, I'm pretty sure your wife's a nurse. Just has to take care of you all the time. All right.
Convalescent home worker.
All right, wonderful show. I want to thank our guests from Weasel Boy Brewing Company. Excellent beer. Just really wonderful beer. Jay and Lori Wintz were on the show with us, and they're just fantastic. Go check them out over at Weasel Boy Brewing. We also have Matt Brynelson from Firestone to give us away our 2 tickets. We'll follow up on that show next week. Don't forget, our show next week is on a Tuesday because of Memorial Day weekend, and it was either that or we canceled the show. So I don't really want to hear any bitching about it. We're bringing you a show. And we will tell you either the branding dude or tattoo dude has won the tickets to the Firestone Walker Invitational. If you're going to the Firestone Fest, we will be there as well. So come check us out. Am I missing anything, Noskowitz?
No.
All right. JP, you ready to get us out of here?
I think I'm ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Hey, Suze, thanks for showing up today.
No problem.
That made one of you.
That made one of me?
Well, these guys have to show up, and they have no choice.
Well, but look how loyal we are.
But, yeah. But Suze, she's like, I'll
I'm
be
loyal, too.
Susie's awesome.
Yeah. Very, very awesomeness.
I think we should thank Virtual Tasty as well. His presence was enlightening.
It was the same as Tasty.
Yeah.
So.
Although less text messages went out today. The 4G network was able to function today.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. Follow JP on Twitter at Major Jip so he doesn't have to hide you or add you as a friend on Facebook and then hide you and ruin his jokes. Scott is on Twitter when he feels like it. Follow him at Moscow Paints. For some good beer insight and homebrew info, follow Nathan Smith at Nathan Homebrew and Mike McDowell at Tasty McD. If you want the best growler that your hard-earned money can buy, head on over to the BN store and check out The Warhead. The Sunday session has been produced by Scott Moskowitz. Our production director today was Push Eject. Everything Funny was written by JP. Your call screener and lovely lady has been Susie Q, and your host, as always, Mr. Justin Crosley. Be sure to find the Brewing Network on Facebook and Twitter.
Babies and I saw Justin's in my sky and winning the